Recording. We are good to go.
Okay. Well, thank you, Andy. Welcome everyone to our May 7th OPAC meeting. As usual, we have a lot to get through today, so we're going to try to keep us on time and keep us moving. Sorry, I got a couple things going on, so I'm a little distracted. I want to do introductions, but before that, I just want to do a couple. There we go. Reminders to please keep muted unless you're speaking. I mean, I think a lot of us have been on Zoom calls and virtual meetings for years now, so we're kind of used to it. And please use the chat or raise your hand if you want to speak. The same goes for public comment. For those who want to offer public comment, please let us know in the chat. And on this slide, you will see some emails for technical support or phone numbers for Amanda and Eva, who can help you with any technical questions any of us have. Let's see. Okay, I just totally lost my place. Okay, on the agenda, we also have, well, we'll get to that. Let's do introductions first, and then we can go through the agenda because we have a couple things we've talked about adding. Andy or Tara, did I miss anything? Anything you'd like to say by way of opening and welcoming?
No, we've got a busy meeting today, so thank you everyone for being here and being prompt. So
Yep.
We will do our best to get through our agenda efficiently and cover a wide range of topics.
Yep. Okay. So introductions. I will start. We'll just go down the list in the order that's on the screen. So my name is Susan Chambers, chair, and I represent commercial ocean fisheries from the South Coast. And I'll turn it over to Tara.
Thanks, Susan. Good morning, everyone. Tara Brock. I am Vice Chair representing Coastal Conservation on the executive team with Susan. And I guess I'll pass it to Jamie.
Good morning, Jamie Faraday, South Coast at Large member. And on to Nick.
I don't see Nick joining yet today. So let's move to Margaret, if Margaret's there. And I'm not seeing Margaret. So let's move down to Joe.
Hi, everybody. My name is Joe Liebezeit. I'm the represent statewide conservation on the on OPAC. And pass it to Amelia.
My name is Amelia O'Connor. I represent non-fishing recreation, and I'll pass on to Mark.
Mark did let me know that he had a scheduling conflict today, so he's not going to be here. And move to Fran.
Hey, good morning, Fran Recht. I'm a city councilor from the city of Depot Bay. I don't know if anybody else is on the list.
Did we miss Richard? Or was I just distracted?
No, we did. Let's go back to Richard.
Richard!
Richard Heap. I represent charter sport fishing and recreation and ocean fishing for the South Coast.
All right.
Thank you.
Now let's move to the next page and start with Ray.
Good morning, Ray Monroe, Pacific City representing small districts and local government. Actually, small ports, I guess.
Thank you, Ray. Laurel.
Good morning, everybody. Laurel Hillman, Oregon Parks and Recreation Department, coming to you from Mountain Time.
Hi, Laurel. Thank you. And instead of Scott, it should be Justin Ainsworth. Justin.
Yes, thanks, Andy. And good morning, Justin Ainsworth, representing Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife.
And Ryan?
Is Karina here?
Oh, she is here. Yes.
Go ahead and skip me, Andy.
Oh my goodness.
Good
No,
morning, everyone. Karina Nielsen here, Oregon Sea Grant Director and Oregon State University.
And Ryan Hoof here on behalf of the Department of Environmental Quality. Good morning.
And I don't see anyone from the governor's office. So let's move to Dogami, and Jonathan is not here. I think he let me know he had a conflict.
We have somebody from the Department of State Lands.
Yeah, you
Excuse me.
skipped me, Andy.
My goodness, my eyes. Natalia, please.
Yeah, Natalia Stranatka, representing Department of State Lands. Good morning, everyone.
Thank you. Lisa.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Lisa Phipps. I'm the manager for the Oregon Coastal Management Program and the Ocean and Coastal Services Division for the Department of Land Conservation and Development.
Thank you. And do we have Chris?
Good morning, everyone. Chris Wall with NOAA's Office for Coastal Management.
Thank you.
And Andy, Margaret Corby is here.
Yes, but it looks like she's not able to say hello, but she's here. So thank you, Margaret. Is there anybody on OPAC that I have missed, staff or voting member? I think that does it.
I see Blake Helm also chatted.
Yep, he
Yeah,
chatted,
Blake.
but he's had to step away.
Okay, he's back.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone. So Susan, I think we can move forward. The
okay.
first-
Do we want to go over the agenda first and let folks
Yeah.
know that we've added, well, a
Let's
couple things.
go back there.
Public comment is at 1 o'clock. So any folks on right now who are interested in that, please let us know in the chat. What else am I missing? Oh, we will have officer elections at the end of the meeting today. And we've added one potential agenda item. I don't know if we need to approve it or not, but the executive orders on seabed mining and oil and gas. We've put together some very brief information about that because Tara, Andy, and I are still trying to wrap our heads around that a little bit with everything else that's going on, of course. So we will have a brief introduction to that. We thought OPAC members might be interested. What else did I miss on the agenda? Any changes? I think that was it. Oh, we did add one person to the panel on federal funding.
Mhm.
And that is Patricia Cox from the South Slough National Estuarine Research Reserve. And I think that's it. I guess I'm looking at Andy to make sure.
Yep.
Okay.
I think you said Patricia Fox, correct?
But that's what I said. Maybe not.
Yep.
I might have mumbled. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. And so the first order of business is review and or approval of the draft meeting summary for the December 11th meeting. So this has been sent to council members before. It was available through the OPAC website. And I did just want to do a check. How many members noticed that we have a new website and knew where to go to find everything related to today's meeting? Because I could do a little deviation from the agenda to highlight that if that's valuable for anyone.
It would be nice at least, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we could take 5 minutes to do that.
I'm seeing some hands raised, so let's Karina, Did you have?
Just super quick, I was aware of the website. I think it'd be nice to show it to folks. If we notice things, do you welcome little feedbacks?
I certainly welcome feedback.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Let me do a new share. And I will very quickly take you on a little tour of our new website. So the Oregon Ocean Info website has been around in one form or the other since around 2008, when it was established to facilitate the marine reserves and marine protected areas process. It has since been around to support the different ocean policy and planning events and needs. So we support the Ocean Acidification and Hypoxia Coordinating Council. We have some intro articles to lead into the offshore wind roadmap, and we have the OPAC kind of content areas and rocky habitat site planning areas. So for OPAC members to find information about ongoing meetings and about the council itself, there are these two menu item links. To find information about a specific meeting or to view past meetings, you can go to the OPAC and STAC meetings. Here you can find a list of the meetings. If you click on one of these, it will take you into a page where you can access the videos that were recorded. It can give you, we have embed options now for PDF, so you can see what was on the agenda, and now you can also see what was on the draft summary. So this is all available, and we think nicely curated for you to be able to quickly find the information that you need. One additional area I would highlight is the document library. These are sorted by topic. So if you want to go back into any of the archive materials or history or other relevant documents, this is where you would find those. So background documents would include things like our policies and procedure documents, some of the other legislation. There's a procedures presentation I put together a number of years back. So this is where you would find the resources related to documents, and I do the work in real time so that we would connect those documents to the associated meetings that they're in. And certainly are happy to take feedback and advice on ways to improve this. This is the kind of the first full month and a half or so of being live, and we are slowly transitioning some of the other materials that were available in our previous site over, but many of those did need to be archived because they were very old. Joe, I see you have a hand raised.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that, Andy. And it looks good. I'm wondering, are you going to get rid of the old site, the Ocean Coastal Management Program, DLCD, Oregon.gov site at some point? Because that's still has OPAC on it, and that's what I've been kind of had bookmarked. And so I hadn't realized that there was a new page. So I'm just curious what the plan is for transitioning all that. And
yeah,
yeah, go ahead.
So I have taken the approach that that is a kind of more grounding kind of home base, whereas the more active material, active meeting support, newer documents are all going to end up kind of on this site. So that they are connected, but this is where you would find kind of the more full version of the process archive.
So you'll retain the other site. There will be two sites. Okay.
But the other site will be more bare bones, high level. It will provide links to this location, so that the two will hopefully function in tandem.
Okay.
All right. So I'm going to go back into the slide presentation. Thank you for that little tangent, but I thought it might be valuable to just have a quick tour of that resource since December.
It is. Andy, there was a question in the chat. There we go. Eva just answered it, that if there was something missing that seems helpful, should somebody email you? And Eva said yes. So Yep.
We will be able to pull things forward from the old site if there was something that you used, something that was valuable, and add it into this location.
Awesome. I think it looks great.
Okay.
So on to draft meeting summary. Let's see, so did OPAC members have a chance to read through this? And
Ye-
I'll look for a motion.
Let's let the members answer that first question and then
Yeah.
Yes, I did. I'll move to approve the minutes from last meeting. Thank you.
I'd be happy to second.
Okay. Did everybody else have a chance to read through them too? If so, Andy, I should remember, do you want verbal or should we do a thumbs up via reactions? I forget what I'm drawing a blank today.
I think we can move for consensus. So we can ask if there's anybody who does not agree with that consensus. So it's
There we go. And if you don't agree, is there any suggested changes?
correct. And I do see that Steve Shipsey joined us. Good morning, Steve. He can help to correct anything we get wrong, Susan.
There we go.
Thank you, Andy. Sorry to be late. A little computer issue this morning.
No problem. Good morning, Steve.
All right.
Margaret said it looks good.
Yep.
So
I read through it. I thought it was fine. Captured what we did.
approved by consensus then.
Yep.
All right.
Okay. Well, good. I think we're a little bit ahead of schedule, maybe. So Andy or Tara, is there anything else we need to talk about before we start? Oh, Tara has her hand up. Go
Yeah,
for it.
in reading through the notes from last meeting, the meeting summary, I know we created the Neptune's Vault working group, but given what happened with that, and then also Peggy was supposed to represent us, but is no longer on the council. So I just wanted to clarify. I mean, I assume there's nothing we need to do at this time, but just want to clarify, given we took that action last meeting, and do we need to do anything in response to that?
Tara, thank you for bringing that forward again. I did send around a note to the council after I received a note from Blake at DSL that the Neptune's Vault team had withdrawn their application for the use of lands within the territorial sea. And so there was no longer a need for a joint review panel, given that the project was no longer moving forward. For the benefit of everyone's knowledge, there is still the in-estuary portion of the project that the Neptune's Vault group is still pursuing. So that will be going through a different process because it is now within the estuary, and there's no territorial sea review of that. And if there are questions about how the process has changed, we can try and help get answers for you. It looks like Fran has your hand raised. Go ahead, Fran.
Yeah, could you remind us what the estuary portion of that is? And the process too, if you're willing to discuss.
Yeah, so maybe I might lean on either Lisa and or Jeff Burright, who joined us to talk about offshore wind, to kind of give that short update.
Yeah, Jeff staying curiously silent. Okay, so
Only
so
because I was
Fran,
working on something else and I need to be reminded what let's talk about.
so Fran, can you restate your question? I wasn't sure I quite understood where you were going with it.
I don't remember what the estuary portion of the Neptune project entailed.
Oh.
And then what the process would be when it comes to public process.
Okay. Well, it's still subject to federal consistency review. The location is associated with an existing dock, the port structures with some existing port structures in Coos Bay. It's in Coos Bay. Maybe we didn't say that. There's some consternation about what processes they have to go through. They need to continue to get a Lux. They have to have an approved Lux from the county. They need to do any of the necessary permits through DEQ. It appears they may not require a 401 certification. Jeff, correct me if I'm wrong, since there's not a discharge, but you can correct me if I'm incorrect on that. That was, I might be mushing together a couple different projects that are happening in Coos Bay right now. But generally the process is this, land use compatibility statement for folks who don't know what a Lux is. And so that's kind of just generally what's happening. There's going to be a meeting with agencies and either coming up here fairly quickly that our new state federal relations coordinator has convened to make sure everybody's on the same page and understanding all the different moving parts here. Jeff, anything I missed or?
I'm just waiting for a response from our new federal relations coordinator about this one. Yeah, it is in the estuary. It's at the Foreign Fleet Dock, I believe, is where they would like to have the staging of the cages now. I can't remember if it's still an open public comment period right now or not, and that's what I'm trying to confirm, as well as the question about the water quality certification. But other than that, yeah, it's like any other proposed new use in the estuary. It will have to demonstrate consistency with statewide planning goal 16 and its local embodiments. And then I believe there's an existing lease authorization with Department of State Lands, but yeah, I'm not the person anymore, so it's all secondhand. I apologize. Looks like the public comment period ended April 4th, and there is no need for a water quality certification because, as Lisa said, there's not a discharge to waters of the U.S. associated with it.
And Blake raised his hand. Blake, you know.
Yeah, howdy. I just wanted to speak to DSL's portion, at least the proprietary aspects of it. So the port does have a lease where Neptune's Vault is proposing the use in the estuary, and they'll need two things from DSL. They'll need to amend the lease to include this use because at the moment it's just for marina and moorage. So there's not a marine industrial or marine service use, which is what this would what this proposed use would be classified as. In addition, since it's Neptune's Vault that will be operating this area, they'll need to get consent for the sublease agreement between the two. So some some work on DSL's part as far as the regulatory portion. I'm not aware of what permitting they'll need from DSL, if any. So yeah, that's what I'll say to that. And happy to take any questions if anybody has any.
Blake, it looked like there's a request to maybe meet outside of this meeting to learn more by Jamie Faraday in the chat. So maybe just a note to follow up afterwards.
Yeah, happy to, Jamie. I'll reach out, and whenever, I have time, we'll, happy to meet.
Okay, thank you, Blake, Jeff, and Lisa. Any other questions or thoughts about the December 11th meeting? I'm not seeing any. Okay, so it's almost 9:30. Andy, can we move on?
Yep.
Is that okay?
And we're starting 3 agenda items here that are related to offshore wind. The first will be Jeff Burright. I will follow second with an update on the working group, and Karina will go third with an update from STAC. So I will stop sharing my screen and allow Jeff to share his.
Great, thank you. Before I get going, I understand my mic was soft. Is it better now?
Yes.
I'm hearing you loud and clear.
Okay,
Perfect.
great. All right. Oh, Andy, it looks like you need to allow multiple presenters sharing. I need to show my screen. There we go. All right. Good morning, everybody. I'm Jeff Burright, formerly the Federal Consistency Coordinator, but for the last, 9 months, I've been the coordinator for the state's offshore wind energy roadmap. I've talked to you before about what the roadmap is and what we're trying to do. Andy asked me to come today and provide a status update of where things are in the conversation and where we're trying to go as far as our schedule and process moving forward, as well as, I just want to share with you some of the conversations that we're having in our roadmap roundtable group and some of the work that we're doing related to engagement. So just to place us back in context of where we are, or rather aren't, with offshore wind. Last year, at concluding a process that began in about 2019, the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management proposed to release some sites offshore of Oregon in federal waters for leasing for offshore wind exploration. And this triggered a federal consistency review by the state to evaluate that action against the enforceable policies that we have on the books, which includes statewide planning goal 19 and portions of the territorial sea plan as well, that we get to extend out into federal waters because the state has what's known as a GLD, lets us extend that authority. But last year, through all that process, we concluded that federal consistency review with a conditional concurrence, a yes if, and it came with 19 conditions that related to ongoing engagement with the state on any information collection, coordination and engagement with tribes related to protection of archaeological resources, protection of habitats and species during the investigation activities that would have come, engagement with fisheries, just kind of a broad swath of conditions. And at the time, Governor Kotek put her voice into it to recognize that offshore wind is something that we wanted to keep on the table as we're looking toward a clean energy future, recognizing also that there are both challenges and opportunities associated with any offshore development like offshore wind, but that it's worth trying. And then for those, I'm sure we're all aware, leasing did not happen. 4 of the 5 bidders withdrew their interest. There was a pending lawsuit from one of the Oregon federally recognized tribes. And then we also had in the legislature last year House Bill 4080, which I'll talk about in a moment, that directed DLCD to develop an offshore wind roadmap. So the many factors combined, Governor Kotek requested that BOEM postpone their leasing until our roadmap had had a chance to be completed and that we could do any policy amendments that might come out of that. And BOEM honored that request. They postponed the leasing. And so the leasing in these two sites did not happen. And then with the new federal administration, one of the day one executive memos was to withdraw areas from the Outer Continental Shelf from further leasing for offshore wind. So based on the way things are today, it does not appear that leasing is coming back to Oregon in the near future. However, we have House Bill 4080 that did pass in the legislature last year. And as I mentioned, it directed us to develop this offshore wind roadmap. It also included some labor standards that would apply to future offshore wind projects, both the offshore components and any onshore port developments, manufacturing facilities, that sort of thing. It also directed DLCD to evaluate our enforceable policies through the lens of offshore wind to look for gaps or areas that we might strengthen. And enforceable policies, again, for those who may not remember, it's a term of art that we use when we're conducting federal consistency reviews under our authority under the Coastal Zone Management Act. And these policies are drawn from the existing policies in the state, our statutes, our rules, the statewide planning goals, the territorial sea plan, and they are approved by NOAA. We have to submit them. They're approved. And then we have the ability to object to an action that is not consistent with these policies or to place conditions on a project in order to bring them into consistency with these policies. So they're the field on which the game is played is how it's been described. And so we wanted to evaluate those. House Bill 4080 gave us some direction on what an offshore wind roadmap for Oregon should accomplish or address. And the prime requirement is that the roadmap shall define standards to be considered in the processes related to offshore wind development and approval. And the bill offered us these different topic areas that needed to be addressed via the roadmap, supporting stakeholder engagement, local and regional coastal communities, economic opportunities, both creating new ones and sustaining the existing ones. Creation of an offshore wind workforce that is trained, housed, and equitable. Protection of tribal, cultural, and archaeological resources, culturally significant view sheds, and other interests of tribes, which is a pretty broad mandate there. Protection of the environment and marine species, and then achievement of the state's energy and climate policy goals. What you see here is a pictogram of the process that we've designed to accomplish development of this roadmap. I started in the coordinator position last September. In October, we recruited a roadmap roundtable. We have about 50 members right now, representing kind of a broad spectrum of interests related to the coast and energy development and the uses and resources thereof. And that roundtable kicked off meetings in November of 2024 and has met about every month since then, these all-day meetings. We have one coming up next week down in Brookings, and then one in Florence in June. And then we're going to take a little bit of a break in the summer so that I have some time to write and build a more complete draft of a roadmap to then come back in the fall. I also want to emphasize that tribal engagement is a priority for us in development of the roadmap. We had initial conversations with the Oregon federally recognized tribes before we kicked off our roundtable process, and we've established a separate tribes-only table to discuss interests of those tribes for the roadmap, and we're planning to have some additional meetings in May and then continuing on throughout our development. We've also tiered off some working groups from the roundtable to work on some specific topic areas. The three that we have right now are related to the research agenda and research coordination related to offshore wind. And I think Karina has a lot to contribute to that conversation. We have one focused on community benefits and other enforceable agreements and how they play into the process. And then our third one relates to marine spatial planning. And it came out of this idea and this question really of, you know, BOEM, they did their federally led siting process to try to identify areas of least conflict for leasing. But what would happen if the state led our own spatial planning process that inventoried areas out in federal waters beyond our jurisdiction through the lens of the policies we have in place to identify those friction areas early? How might that have changed the outcome? So we have those working groups that are meeting. We also have a community engagement separate effort that we are doing in parallel, where we're right now gearing up to have some focus groups along the coast, working with community organizations, trying to reach those people who may not have the time and resources to participate in these all-day meetings of the roundtable, but whose perspective we want to make sure we include. And then finally, we have these public engagement events. We have these public meetings. We are planning right now to have 3 in person on the coast. We had one in Seaside on April 24th. And we have one coming up next week on May 14th in Brookings at the Brookings Harbor High School cafeteria. These are evening meetings, so we're hoping to be available to people there. Really, these, as I think about it, they're opportunities for us to poke our heads up after having talked for 6 months at the roundtable. Like, let's look around. Let's let people know how the conversation's been going and see what additional feedback we can get. So there's been a lot going on over the last 6 months. As I said, take a little break in the summer to allow some additional engagement work outside of the roundtable and for me to do just some writing and some research. We're going to come back in the fall and really hammer on a draft roadmap with the intent to have it go out for a full formal public comment, probably in the spring. And then the idea being to submit the roadmap to the legislature about the middle of next year. I will say that House Bill 4080 established a deadline of September 1st of this year to submit the roadmap. And the funding that went along with development of the roadmap only extended until the end of the biennium, which is June 30th of this year. We are currently working with the legislature on House Bill 3963 in this session, which would allow us to extend the funds that we already have just into the next biennium and give us another year to the end of 2026 to allow us more time to do this additional engagement work that you can see here on this stretched out timeline. And this is stretched out from our original plan, just because we recognized and realized this, to do this right, takes more time than we were allowing ourselves. Just some photos from some roundtable meetings. This was from, I believe, our first in-person meeting in November, where we started with a visioning exercise of looking at alternative futures with or without offshore wind and trying to identify the waypoints along the path that gets us to futures that we don't regret. And we've had other meetings focused on effects of concern and the policies we have on the books as we're looking for gaps. We're in this May meeting next week, I've put together the 10-page draft of a roadmap to kind of sum up the conversations that we've had so far. It's actually 45 pages long, and that's been passed out to the roadmap roundtable. I'm going to put it on our website probably today, and the next meeting will be focused on getting some feedback on some actual words on a page. The roadmap itself, we're building from, purpose and background. This alternative futures and waypoints discussion that I talked about just a minute ago, trying to put that into actual pictograms and charts so people can actually see a path where we define what that path of least regret might look like that someone could walk in the future. This enforceable policy assessment would be in the heart of the document as well, looking for recommendations that we could make for future policy amendments, which might include amendments to Part 5 of the Territorial Sea Plan. And so there's a connection to OPAC there. And then strategic planning elements, trying to identify from those 7 objective areas that House Bill 4080 identified, what are the strategies and actions that the state can take just in light of the present day. What are those actions we can take that would help us move along the path that we've identified? So concepts that we're talking about, as I mentioned, we're trying to identify what are those waypoints, what are those steps along the path that you can't skip, and when in the process do they need to occur? We are looking at policy gaps, and my colleague Cynthia Smith is our enforceable policy specialist for offshore wind, developing that policy assessment that we can build some recommendations to come forward. Marine spatial planning, as I mentioned in our work group, we've put together a starter recommendation that is right now being evaluated by our roundtable group for a state-led spatial planning process. We're talking about uncertainty and risk and adaptive management and the research needs we would have as a state to feel certain enough that we can move progressively through the steps. And then how we might coordinate on that research agenda with our West Coast neighbors, California and Washington. We know that California is starting up its own research collaborative where they are bringing in multiple voices around the same table to look at the science together. And we're trying to ask ourselves the question, should we have something like that? We're talking about community benefit conversations. How should they be structured? Who should lead them? How do we convene them? Those kinds of questions that may come into play down the road as we try to balance the benefits and the costs of future development. And then we're looking at, on the one hand, what are the market signals that the industry would need in order to feel like their risk is manageable to even come back to Oregon, given that 4 of the 5 withdrew their interest. And then also, what are those exit ramps in the process where if the state is not getting the information that we need, or if there are agreements that we need to see on the books in order to feel comfortable moving forward, can we identify those and understand what makes us pull over to the side? And then what are the conditions that would get us back on the road again? Just very briefly, our process for getting to our enforceable policy assessment, we're starting with the world of effects that we can all think of, either those things that we don't want to see happen or those benefits that we want to capture, comparing those to the policies we have on the books, and then where we see gaps, trying to understand what our policy options might be. And then just to feast your eyes, I want to show you some of the diagrams that we're coming up with that represent this wavy waypoint path. And we've split it out by phases of the life cycle of an offshore wind project. And we're working with a graphic designer. We're going to try to make this prettier and better communicated. But here's where we are in the process. And we've also given this to our roundtable group, and we're taking it to our public meetings as well, so that people can tell us, you're missing some dots, or this dot's in the wrong place, or have you considered this? So at the federal siting planning stage, in order to walk through that gate, here are some things that we see we need to have with us. And then you get to, before we're ready for leasing, what are the things that we need to have in our pocket along the way? I'm just going to move through these fast. As we get into the permitting stage, there are additional things that we want to see addressed and handled, such as adaptive management, enforceable agreements, clear accountability, management of our uncertainty and our risk. And then once you get into the construction phase, the state's formal role has ended because our federal consistency review stops at the permit stage, but we're still looking at the whole life cycle, thinking, what are those pieces that we want to be involved in as a state or as communities? And can we find enforceable ways to stay involved as we get into operation? And then 30 years down the road, the state gets another opportunity to say, do we want to renew a lease? Do we want to do this all again? So I'll close with some comments from Governor Kotek from this year. And this was after the leasing didn't happen, after there was the federal memo withdrawing areas from leasing, where she said, I do think wind's a viable way to go, but the community has to want it and we have to understand what it means. She also emphasized that there may be a nearer term opportunity related to supply chain and infrastructure that we should be looking at as part of our future as well. But she recognized that it's a longer timeline, that not only do these projects take a long time, but our process takes a long time. And so recognizing that this is a longer road, but that in the big picture, that we could use this as an option in our future and that we should continue to give it our effort. And that's what I have. Happy to have discussion or answer questions.
Hey, thank you, Jeff. That was, every time you make a presentation like this, I understand a little bit more, even though I'm on the roundtable, even though I've been involved with offshore wind and offshore renewable energy for years. I still, thank you. Helps make it a little more clear for me. And yeah, appreciate that.
Thanks.
So anybody have any comments, questions for Jeff about the roadmap, the roundtable, the work that the roundtable is doing? Raise your hand. Let us know.
So where do these documents reside? Are these on the OPAC website?
Thank you for the question, friend. We have a roadmap website. I will put it in the chat. We have recordings of all of our meetings. We post our meeting materials. We have mostly in-person meetings, but we offer a virtual participation option on Zoom for anyone who wants to come. We offer a public comment opportunity at every meeting, or 2 public comment opportunities at every meeting, actually, for those who are not on the roundtable but want to speak their piece into it.
Thank you, Fran. Thank you, Jeff. Richard, go ahead.
Where and when is the meeting in Brookings?
Thank you. Yeah, so we're having a public meeting on May 14th in the evening, 5:30 to 7:30 at Brookings Harbor High School. The next day, May 15th, the roundtable will be meeting from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. and it's at the Southwest Oregon Community College Brookings campus. And that information is on our roundtable website as well.
Thank you.
Anybody else? I see in the chat, Jamie Faraday posted that your graphics are good, Jeff, and he's interested in what comes next. I think we all are. And I've just started reading your 10-page draft.
I'm sorry.
Not exactly 10 pages.
No, but it's good. It's good. Tara.
We have, I think, several items down the agenda where we might potentially take some action towards the governor's office, to make recommendations to the governor's office. Is there anything, support for this timeline that you've put out, or the budget that we should be considering, not to the legislature, but to the governor's office, that OPAC might want to weigh in on?
Oh, thank you for that question. We're experiencing good support from the governor's office for this. It was included in the governor's recommended budget, and then we've had good participation from her office related to this. So, I mean, fingers crossed. I feel like there's pretty good support for it. It's a full session, and so we just need to make sure that it gets through the process.
Amelia.
Sorry, quick question. First of all, thank you for all your work on the roundtable and that wonderful presentation. I was just curious, it seems like everything now is still working through big picture stuff. Will there be a future time for OPAC to weigh in on more detailed things like the marine spatial planning and port developments or dredging and effects like that? Thank you.
Andy, is that something that will be kind of a topic ongoing today, is kind of how these two processes talk to one another?
Yeah, I think that's actually a perfect question to lead into the working group report out that I was going to give. But I think in general, the idea is that OPAC will have time during the roadmap development to specifically identify and weigh in on elements of the roadmap in particular, especially those that it would have an action that they need to accomplish that may be associated with it. So with that, maybe I will just jump right into the update. Is there anything else that we want to cover before I do?
I think so, unless there was any other questions, but you're right. I think that's a good segue, and we're actually ahead of schedule a little. We can go back to that. So yeah, so let's keep going.
All right. Well, I just had a techno hiccup, but I think I'm back. So let me try and share the screen again and get going.
It wouldn't be a meeting if there wasn't a techno hiccup.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you seeing my slide?
Yes, we are.
Okay, great. So we had our first offshore wind working group meeting on April 24th, actually the afternoon prior to Jeff's Seaside meeting. And I'll just do a quick report out for us all on what that was. So Jeff joined us and provided maybe a little bit more in-depth version of the presentation he just gave. We then had a discussion as a working group about kind of OPAC role. There was no public comment, and we adjourned actually a little early. Most of the attendees were representatives of OPAC. There was a couple who were not, but it was a pretty small group discussion. And we had some orders of business to accomplish, the first of which is that we did elect Joe Liebezeit as a chair of the working group. So Joe and I will be responsible for setting meeting agendas in the future and then reporting back to the council so that communication loop has got some official gravitas associated with it. And the group talked about a couple of big topics, one of which is the makeup of the group. And in doing so, we recognized that when we first established the working group, our timeline was very different. We were thinking that we were going to have OPAC recommendations on the roadmap that were provided by now, like May or June, because that was the original timeline in terms of thinking about the state having it completed. But we recognize that because of the shifts in policy and priority, that we have more time. So Jeff's revised schedule for the roadmap means that there was a little bit less pressure on us in the near term, and that our focus should be on making sure that OPAC is paying attention to what's in the roadmap, making sure that it can provide advice and feedback on that during the process, and that the group had a discussion about, well, maybe there's a different makeup of a working group during the time period of roadmap development versus implementation of activities that may follow the completion of the roadmap. And so we were thinking that keeping the working group small during roadmap development, because we would be focused really on, Territorial Sea Plan review and the elements of the Territorial Sea Plan that would intersect with the roadmap, that it would be okay to keep it small. And then for future TSP amendment work, like, for example, if the state is going to lead on a marine spatial planning study, or if it's going to recommend amendments to the Territorial Sea Plan Part 5, that those things would require a broader, more balanced set of interests to participate on the group. And the guidance there is that if we are developing rule amendments that are going to apply to specific industry, we would need to ensure that their voices were a part of developing the rule amendments. At this time, because we're not talking about rule amendments, we're just talking about providing advice and feedback on the roadmap itself, that we didn't feel was as necessary because the roadmap group has such a wide range of balanced interests. We also talked about the timeline for future meetings, and in consulting with Jeff in terms of when he is expecting specific products to come out and opportunities for OPAC to engage, we decided that the windows of time, and we have not finalized a date yet, but late June, early July would be great for the next meeting, where we would be able to review some of the like enforceable policy gap assessments or analysis that has been completed as a part of the roadmap work. And we would begin basically trying to lay out the areas of the Territorial Sea Plan that may be affected or impacted by elements of the roadmap. So one in late June, early July, the other after the summer in late September or early October, realizing that we would have an October 29th OPAC meeting. So it would be valuable to have the working group meet at least a couple of weeks before then, after it's had the benefit of additional time for roadmap work after the summer, basically. So that is a high-level summary of the working group discussion and kind of where we are going next. Some other related facts to consider is that due to changes in federal funding priority eligibility, the DLCD capacity to support either offshore wind working group moving forward and or future amendments to Part 5 of the Territorial Sea Plan is going to be limited to those staff members who are not funded through NOAA dollars, right? So there's, that means that my time and others is going to be very limited in terms of how we can support the work of the council on that portion of the work. So that will be a little bit of a balancing act for us as an agency. But I have full confidence in Jeff and Cynthia that they will be able to kind of pick up and carry the torch forward with OPAC as need be. But it does present a challenge. And with that, I will stop and take any questions that the group has. And I'm gonna stop sharing my screen so I can see you all in discussion mode here. Richard, do you have your hand raised?
Andy, in looking at what I guess we could characterize as shifting federal policy, are the bedrock parts of the plan applicable to oil and gas as well, and seabed mining?
Great question, Richard. The foundational elements of our Territorial Sea Plan are still applicable to any offshore actions or activities that may have effects on Oregon ocean resources and or uses that have been identified, mapped, and that we have enforceable policies for. Oil and gas does tend to be a slightly different animal in terms of potential actions, and the state has in the past already acted to put statutory limitations on those activities. So for example, I believe it was 2 or 3 years back, there was statutory provisions added that prohibit any offshore oil and gas infrastructure from crossing the territorial sea. So that is already in place. So while there could be actions or activities out on the outer continental shelf for oil and gas, they would not be able to connect to any elements of a project on land in Oregon, given that statutory language is in place. For the critical minerals mining, that is a different question, and that is something I'm still looking into. But if there were effects to resources and uses within the territorial sea from activities outside, the state could potentially still ask to apply its enforceable policies and review those actions. But that would be, it would fall under what I think is called an unlisted activity review request within NOAA. Steve, help me out. I think that's the correct term. Yep. So we still have, I think, some policy mechanisms in place to try and apply Oregon policies out into federal waters.
Thanks.
Andy, can you remind me, are the members listed on the OPAC website? The OPAC members on the work group: Jamie Faraday, Tara Brock, Natalia, Margaret, Laurel, Justin, Ray, and Joe. Those are all still the same?
That's correct.
Okay. Cool. Any other questions? You guys had a good first meeting. I listened in. I didn't make comment or anything, but it was a good starting point. Great kickoff.
Yeah, thanks. I think it's going to be a productive discussion, and at the next meeting, Cynthia will present the enforceable policy gaps analysis assessment, and that will, I think, really put a fine point on work that the state may need to do to get its territorial sea plan kind of to a place that the state will want it to be if any future offshore wind or renewable energy in general comes in as applications. Yeah, go ahead, Karina.
Yeah, I was just thinking about the meeting, the sort of midpoint meeting with the Masters of Marine Policy class that we had recently. And I think, isn't there one of the working groups kind of working on a related analysis? I'm just wondering how those two, how that will connect to the work groups, if there's a conversation planned or presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Karina. I was certainly going to try and connect any output from that student project group and feed it into the working group as foundational information or recommendations. So yeah, so
yeah, I just figured it was nice for people to know that there's this other sort of analysis going on in parallel that might be helpful.
Yep. Did you want to take a moment to just describe that capstone class for the group?
I can. I mean, it's so at Oregon State University, there's a master's in marine. Master's in
policy and planning.
Policy. Yes,
MPP.
MPP. Master's in policy. Yes, sorry, I wanted to go marine, but it's not marine. It's in the School of Social Science, Sociology department, and Hilary Boudet, who's a social scientist, is co-leading that together with Oregon Sea Grant colleague, who's human dimensions researcher. And they're looking at a variety of aspects of offshore wind policy analysis. And they, one of the teams, there's several teams in the class, and one of the teams is working on sort of understanding territorial sea plan and intersections with potential enforceable policies. So it's a parallel analysis. They're searching for documents, they're trying to get their, heads around all the details, they're learning it for new. So it's kind of a fresh eyes in some ways approach, but with students who have background in policy. So I think that kind of captures it. There are, I think, 4 total different working groups on different topics in the class.
Yeah, thank you, Karina. And having fresh eyes.
Masters in public policy, that's what it is.
Yeah, fresh eyes looking at issues that are very familiar to old hands is definitely helpful. So I always value that fresh perspective. And we will certainly strive to make a connection between the outputs of that class and our working group. Timing may be a little challenging because the students might all be on summer break when we meet again next. So we shall see.
Yeah, but they probably have their reports or something.
Yeah. Okay, well, should we move on to actually, Karina, your update?
Sure. I'm happy to. I do have a question, Andy. Do you mind? I think I'm going to just reverse the order of the 2 topics that I'm going to address because I think there'll be more discussion.
Please
and
do.
Yeah, so it'll be a little bit of a change to flow. And let's see here. I guess I should be able to share my screen. Presentation mode. Okay, we seeing a presentation?
Yep, I'm seeing
All
it.
right. So I have 2 topics to report out on. The first one is ongoing. We, as you may recall, had recruitment up for STAC member appointments, and the STAC has received some nominees that we are recommending for appointment. We've shared that with the executive committee, and at this point, I think you have their nomination packages available in the meeting materials. The executive committee is supportive of their appointment. So wanted to just share with you, and I think it's an action item for approval by the full council, but I wanted to introduce you to them. Unfortunately, they're teaching. They were not able to attend today at this time, but we have 2 terrific nominees, Dr. Jenna Tilt, who is an assistant professor in the College of Earth, Ocean, and Atmospheric Sciences at OSU, and she is a social scientist, and her area of expertise is in coastal community resilience to chronic and acute hazards. She has been involved in 3 pretty substantial projects working with Oregon coastal communities on their preparation and resilience and concerns around coastal hazards, including Cascadia tsunami event, but also inundation, erosion, flooding, and those kinds of factors. So one of the big projects you may have heard a little bit about is the Cascadia Coastlines and Peoples Hazard Research Hub. It brought to the Pacific Northwest, I think around $18 million over 5 years for these very collaborative projects together with state agencies, community members, and scientists to develop planning and preparation activities. So she has had a lot of time to get to know our coastal communities. I think she'll be a great addition. The other nominee is Kelsey Emmerd. Dr. Kelsey Emmerd is also an assistant professor in the College of Earth, Ocean, and Atmospheric Sciences at OSU. She is more of a geographer, if you will, also a type of social scientist, but her focus is on human dimensions of environmental change, particularly in Oregon. Some of the relevant projects she's been working on, to give you a sense of her engagement in Oregon and expertise: a geospatial analysis of environmental and policy factors that affect aquaculture, its placement, climate adaptation, resources for seaweed and shellfish growers, connections between wildfire smoke, estuaries, coastal ocean chemistry, fisheries, and human health. And there's a harmful algal bloom component of that work. And she has a background in co-management of marine protected areas in California, particularly a focus on the Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary and its development, and other marine protected areas in Colombia and Costa Rica. So we think that her background is very relevant to the work of OPAC and STAC. And with that, that's just a quick overview of their qualifications and an introduction to the two candidates. So Andy, I think I need to turn it over to you or Susan actually, for the official motion to approve them.
Yeah, we can do that now, or we can do that at the end of your full presentation.
Either way.
Yeah.
I would
You wanna
suggest now, since you just introduced them.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I'll just stop sharing for a sec.
There we go. Perfect. So yeah, looking for a motion to approve these members to STAC.
I so move that these two members be introduced to STAC.
I second.
There we go. Okay, thank you, Jamie and Joe. And consensus vote. Is there anybody who has questions or concerns?
Well, could
Or-
I make just a very slight change? Appointed to STAC is more appropriate than introduced. So
Agreed.
Friendly amendment.
Yeah.
And Joe, you're good with the second on the friendly amendment? Thumbs up from Joe.
Yes.
Okay. Good idea. Thank you, Andy. Fran, you had your hand up. Was that a question or?
Oh, I was just going to say what Andy said. Thank you.
Perfect. Perfect. Thank you. Okay. By consensus, is there anybody who has concerns about these, or by consensus, we can say, yes, these are great members for STAC? I think they're good.
I'm seeing thumbs up from
Yep.
everyone so far.
Okay. Okay.
Great.
Awesome.
So I don't know if they're on here or not. I can't see everybody.
No, they weren't. They were teaching, unfortunately.
That's right. You said that.
Yeah, they weren't able to be here, but they're excited to
Yeah.
participate, enthusiastic. So,
Cool.
thank you to the council. I appreciate it. I think having, we've really made an effort to improve sort of the diversity of expertise, and particularly within the social sciences. And I think that is going to be a real benefit to the STAC, and particularly on the offshore wind work as well. So thank you for approving these new appointees. We appreciate it. I am going to move on to the next topic in my update on staff work, which let me get to so this is the update on the charge that we received from OPAC almost a year ago now on offshore wind energy research. I just wanted to refresh people's memory on what the charge was, because as we've been proceeding with our work, we have some questions about perhaps some adjustments to the charge given everything that's changed. But I want to give you the update first on where we are with our work. So we were asked to synthesize existing relevant research, identify knowledge gaps, and prioritize research needs in a synthesis to inform adaptive management needs for research and monitoring, but with the direction that it was specific to the BOEM offshore wind authorization process. So you can kind of get a hint of where we might be going with some adjustments. STAC was also directed to explore the development of an independent technical committee to provide perspective on Oregon or regional research needs and recommendations. And we were asked to provide this by June. So you might get a hint that we're thinking we might need a little more time also, given the other processes. So just a little heads up on where we may be going next. I wanted to say the committee has been meeting and working, and we're excited to have the new colleagues on who bring different perspectives. So getting them onboarded and up to speed on our work is another interest of ours. We have, at the last meeting, a subgroup worked on prioritizing what I would call a research prioritization framework. There are so many potential topics that are of relevance to offshore wind, some of them for which there is more knowledge and some for which there is less. And so given the spectrum and given we can't investigate everything, and maybe some things merit more research than others, are, have more, address concerns that maybe more, have more risk, let's say, for the ecosystem. We wanted to have a framework to help prioritize, like, what are the most important things to work on. And so this group did develop this prioritization framework. We have a working draft ready. We think this is a good product, and also because it is not so time bound, it can be reapplied in a future context, but it would give a framework for that prioritization. So there is, a kind of a scoring against a set of criteria that is, somewhat, quantitative. And then there's a kind of a subjective portion to help put them into priority areas, and then an output that would come from that. I'm not going to give you the presentation on it because I didn't develop this, and I'll let my colleagues do that when it's ready. But I want to say that's sort of the gist of where we are with this part of the work. We also have made progress on knowledge gaps. There's a working draft that is still very much in progress on an initial take on knowledge gaps based on work that's already been done and other research that people are looking at. Wanted to share that the research, particularly on floating offshore wind, that may be relevant and that's coming out really quite a bit now. That some, projects have been underway in other parts of the world. That area of research is kind of exploding in the scientific literature, and the scientists are hoping to have more time to digest that new, more relevant than the fixed offshore wind research in some ways, to continue to identify knowledge gaps and to develop this synthesis of current research. So that, I would say, the last one is still in development because of the growth in literature on that. So that's where we are in terms of progress. We have questions. At our last meeting, we have questions back for OPAC. This was a fairly big topic of conversation. Given all the changes in the past year, we wanted to check in on whether the actual specifics of the charge to stack is still of value to OPAC as it's written. We had originally been planning on delivering a longer, sort of more detailed 25-page synthesis report with references, but we're worried that that kind of a report is going to be dated, time-stamped, if you will, to right now. And when OPAC's going to need to apply this or use it, in the future, it may just be out of date. And so we're just a little concerned about putting a lot of energy into a long, detailed, heavily referenced report. So one idea that we've had is to kind of break our work up into stages. And one would be to deliver a shorter initial report on this framework and the list of knowledge gaps, and perhaps carry on with additional work later. And I'll get to that in a minute. But that was, we could probably get that back to OPAC over the summer. And then we've had a lot of questions because of conversations with the roadmap and the roadmap process and some of the working groups there that are working on research agendas as well. How should STACK's charge intersect with the offshore wind roadmap? So the research agenda and coordination group, maybe the marine spatial planning one has some areas of insight for us. And I know that Jeff has been, we've been curious on the roadmap side, how is we going to coordinate with OPAC STACK? So we would like some guidance from OPAC on how the council would like us to interface with that. And then, of course, if we're going to do that and continue to develop beyond the initial product we're proposing, we would like to consider extending our timeline on the charge to align better with the new roadmap timeline if OPAC desires and requests that coordination of us. So those are the questions. I would be open for conversation. I also prepared kind of a straw draft proposal of what a revised charge might look like to help us not just sort of spin our wheels a little bit, making it up on the fly and have something to react to. But before I share that, I thought I would, ask for some feedback on these questions.
Perfect. Thank you, Karina. And I think we have no shortage of feedback for you. Let's go to Joe and then Jamie.
Yeah, thanks, Karina. It's great to hear how things are progressing. I had a question before you posed questions to us. So, but maybe I'll throw that out there, and then I do have a bunch of responses too. My question was, I just wanted to get a bit more of an idea on for the framework for prioritizing the research. What criteria were y'all using? I know you're saying you're developing that, but I'm sure there are already developed criteria. I'm just kind of curious, like, what are some of the overarching criteria you're using to prioritize?
Right. So I should have taken a snapshot from the video of our meeting. I don't actually have the document that is under development. The subgroup has it. So I don't have, but from memory, relevance to OPAC and state agencies that are making decisions around offshore wind. Is it a topic or a research question for which there is a plausible hypothesis? Can addressing the research reduce uncertainty? Is it a candidate for research, or is it a candidate for monitoring, because it's more in the adaptive management framework, if you will? What other things? There was also, does it address a key knowledge gap? That one, I'm doing this from memory, you can tell. I was hoping if folks like the concept, that we would bring the proposed product to OPAC for feedback and review, and maybe it would be an iterative process. So you'll see in the charge that I'm proposing is that we actually have some back and forth with OPAC and possibly the roadmap group to make sure we're not missing anything, and that we recognize, let's sort of co-develop the product to some extent, if you will.
Yeah, and that sounds good, and that leads me to just initial comments. I know you're going to share your straw man thing, but I do think that it would be important to have at least, I know you're on the roundtable, but having more stack engagement specifically on the research and other relevant committees as part of the roadmap process, so that there is that communication and synthesis together. I think I'm fine with extending the process to align with the roadmap personally. I think that makes a lot of sense. I think that it might be nice to have the stack work end a little bit before the roadmap, maybe a month or two or several months before, maybe, so that that body of work can be used to inform the final roadmap, I guess. So there's a little bit of timing issue there. But yeah, those are my general comments about it. But it sounds like you're heading in the right direction, and I appreciate that. The capacity is tough when you don't have a full stack, but it sounds like you're getting closer with a full stack team. So thank you.
Yeah, that did just sort of, with the people stepping off, it took us a little while to get up to speed there. So appreciate that.
Thank you, Joe.
Yes.
Jamie, followed by Natalia.
Yeah, Karina, I think the first question you had about the report and breaking it down into what looks like more living documents than in consuming and creating makes more sense to me. So I would definitely endorse that pathway. And I agree with Joe about the other comments he made about offshore wind working group and Stack's involvement there. That's it.
Great. Thank you, Jamie. Natalia.
Thanks, Susan. And thank you so much, Karina, for the presentation and update. Just a couple of thoughts. Yeah, I agree with Joe. So that's probably up to Jeff and Andy, but I do think that because during the roundtable meeting, we discussed, and this is part of the conversation, should we create our own research collaborative in Oregon or join to California? So for me, it would make sense if maybe Karina or somebody else can have 10-15 minutes summary presentation during next offshore wind round table meeting, maybe in Brookings. Just, maybe 4 or 5 slides to summarize those gaps in research that you identify and how should we move forward with that research collaborative. I think it would be good information and direction for roundtable members as well. Which way should we go? This is one thought. And the second one, we also discussed during OPAC offshore wind energy working groups, the first meeting that we have on April 24th, that yes, we want to keep that group small, but we also discussed this connection with the science and research and possibility to add one person from STAC to that working group and as well. So to make that connection. So yeah, this is just from my perspective, and I think it's up to Jeff and Andy. How should we do? But we do need that connection to understand what should we do next and how to incorporate, particularly considering that we have a lot of funding cut from the federal level. So state is responsible for yourself. Thank you.
Yeah, just to respond to the timing of presentation, the STAC has a meeting on 5/22 to hear the feedback from OPAC and know how to go forward with its work. So they're paused right now. So I think the suggestion that Jeff put in on timing, that maybe the June 17th meeting would be more appropriate because we would have been able to incorporate feedback and have something ready for you that's more formalized.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay.
Great. Thank you, Natalia. Tara, your hand's up. Go for it.
Thanks. Yeah, it sounds, I'm excited to see the products that come out from this, and I think it's really important work. So trying to think through some of the questions about, that at some point, if offshore wind comes back, the science might be old or stale. But I'm wondering if a more in-depth report would be helpful in the roadmap process. So not just weighing in throughout, but if there is a sort of like coalesced, state of the science that would be helpful in actually development of that roadmap, even if down the line when offshore wind comes back again, it needs to be updated. But I don't want to suggest that it makes sense to do a bunch of work that would be unnecessary either. So I think maybe Jamie said an idea of like adaptive or like a report. It's sort of like a living document could be good, but then that's a never ending process. So those are sort of my off the cuff thoughts on that. But I do think having a finalized sort of like, here's the state of science could be really helpful in the development of the roadmap. And I know they have a working group, and how that interface happens. I mean, we're struggling with this with our territorial sea plan working group and the roadmap too, like sort of chicken and egg, and how do we coordinate? And so those are my thoughts, but I think it will sort of naturally start to happen, I hope. But
yeah, thank you. I think STAC just really wanted feedback from OPAC to make sure that what we were doing is on track. I think the straw proposal I have maybe addresses some of the questions I'm hearing or thoughts. So when we get there, you may see some ideas that are useful. Hi, Fran. I think you're up next.
I'm not going to interrupt you. So what comes to mind is we don't know how far down the road, offshore wind will come back, but some of the most important questions maybe for research is to ask that, what is likely to change in 10, 15 years, like the marine spatial planning. And I know the Pacific Fishery Management Council with the integrated ecosystem assessment, there's shifting resources and shifting everything, currents and wind patterns and this that are likely. So how would the STAC, address its priorities to identify those changes that are most likely, the questions that are most likely to be relevant to changing ocean conditions? Maybe that's helpful. And yeah, I don't have anything more to say. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a useful framework to think about.
Yeah. Thanks, Fran. Jeff.
I'm not on OPAC. Hopefully it's okay if I provide some thoughts here, just speaking for the roadmap piece. I'll say that my hope has been that the work that STAC is doing on a research agenda could almost be a drop-in to our roadmap to say, we have Oregon specific expertise that I don't know that I would maybe characterize it as putting the burden on you to just display the state of the science when it comes to offshore wind, but maybe the state of Oregon's science need when it comes to offshore wind. And if that can be, we have these particular uncertainties that may or may not have research questions. And you talked about some may be research, some may be monitoring, that there could be some kind of strategic binning of what the options are. And then I think it's going to be somewhat up to what resources the state can put into working on a research collaborative over the next 4 or 5 years, or working on the research agenda, excuse me. And then whether or not some sort of research collaborative forms, that would need some resourcing as well. And if we're not actively satisfying our own research needs and science needs, as you said, things are still developing around the world, and you may only just need to ride herd on the science and keep your finger on the pulse and say, oh, this study that happened over in Europe actually addresses one of our ongoing concerns. And so, as you said, the living document could be informed by, maybe we're drafting behind California and the research that they're collecting. That I do see value in including a research agenda. If it's prioritized and strategized, all the better. And that helps us then develop recommendations for resources and processes in the coming years.
Thank you for that. I think it might be helpful if Andy and if OPAC supports it, is to have, if we're going to go ahead and articulate with the roadmap process formally, if Jeff maybe came to a STAC meeting to help contextualize for STAC members how he sees it fitting in, or how we see it fitting into the roadmap. Because I can give it, but it's helpful to have the client, if you will, come and talk to the team briefly. So it's just maybe a future opportunity to harmonize the workflow. Okay. Is there any other comment? Would you like me to share the proposed? This is totally, I just wrote it to help us get started, so we're not flailing with language. Totally welcome, and welcome any modifications. So I just know it's always helpful to have something to react to. Let me go ahead and go back into this screen. And so draft, and there's 2 slides because there's 2 parts. So in support of OPAC and Oregon's offshore wind energy roadmap process, and in the context of a proposed regional offshore wind research entity to inform adaptive management needs and for research and monitoring. So that's kind of like specifically focusing the charge on the needs for Oregon and the region. Okay. That's the intent behind that statement. Develop an offshore wind energy research prioritization framework, which we've already started, to prioritize key knowledge gaps for further research or monitoring. Summarize regionally relevant research to identify current knowledge gaps. So we're already started on that, but there's a lot of new research coming out. Deliver and present this initial short report to OPAC, perhaps in the summer. And the idea is to get feedback, so that this would be, we're not just going to do something and drop it on you. And then the second part would be to take that initial framework and knowledge gaps analysis, crosswalk the STAC identified knowledge gaps with those identified by the offshore roadmap work group or groups, depending on which ones are relevant, revise the STAC summary of those knowledge gaps. So this is an attempt at some co-development, like what are priorities of Oregonians and what might be scientifically, addressable through research and monitoring. Apply this prioritization framework to that knowledge gap summary to do an initial prioritization of research and monitoring needs for Oregon. And the idea is that that framework could be used again in 10 years when we know more, or 5 years when we know more, when it's actually on the ground, but you could get a sense of how it might be applied to what we know now. And that might be a final report. And maybe it comes to OPAC fall, winter, given that the plan is to finish up the roadmap. And those are adjustable, but just thinking about timing. So that's my straw proposal. I don't know if it captures everything, but I think it starts to address some of the things we've talked about. And I can put this text in the chat if that's helpful for people to ruminate on.
I think that would be helpful, at least for me, but then again, I read a lot in the chat, so
I'll put it in.
Yeah. But what do other OPAC members think about that draft plan? I think it sounded good. I think it encompassed everything that I can think of right now, but anybody else? Jamie. Oh, you're doing a thumbs up. Sorry. Little tiny screen. Joe.
Yeah, I think it works well. I think it captures the questions I had. I think, yeah, seems pretty good. Thank you.
Well, I'll just say, I think it addresses one of these issues of collaboration between groups of people working on the same topic in a really nice way. So I like it in that respect a lot. So I think it's very helpful to have that the charge be reflected and acknowledge that process of exchange during it.
I just want to add one remark about, when I say work groups, I know that, and I also try not to overburden people and different groups and input from different entities and groups. And I'm thinking specifically about the roadmaps work maybe with the tribes and with the fishing community. I'm trying to figure out how we can be efficient and effective and not have, people being invited to work in 5 different work groups or teams or provide input in different spaces. I don't know what the best way to do that is. I'm just acknowledging that I would like to address that well in this work, and I'm not 100% sure what the best way to do it is. Would welcome input on that as well.
Yeah.
If I may, Karina, I feel like the work that STAC is doing is in the vanguard of the research agenda. In our roadmap conversations among the roundtable, it's been clearly articulated that we want to have one and we want to be talking about our knowledge gaps. But I have not been really tabling that conversation in our roundtable because we need a lot of expertise and a lot of time to unpack that. What I felt was most efficient was to let you all work on that and then bring it to us. And then I can maybe provide a portal for different interests to interact with what STAC is putting together and be a source of feedback for you, if that makes sense.
That seems fine. I'd be interested in I don't know if is Margaret still on, and I'm not sure if she's able to speak right now, but I'd be interested to hear. Okay, hi Margaret. Interested to hear if you have some initial feedback on this approach, or if there are concerns about it, or if there are opportunities to engage with the tribes in a way that would be respectful and not ask too much of their capacity, given all the other things going on.
Yeah, I'm not sure I have any recommendations, but I do feel like what you're proposing to do and like the approaches that you're taking, crosswalking with some of the roadmap groups that are engaging tribes and, the offshore wind working group that OPAC has, which I'm on, I feel like there's opportunities there. I can't specifically think of another one right now, Maybe I need to think about it more. But happy to also be supportive in any way I can. You know, I'm currently, as we're going through this call, taking notes for, you know, a recap of the OPAC call that I'll send out to the tribes, right? So I'm happy to do things like that, and just remind them of opportunities to engage, or you know, it has like the upcoming stack meeting, just things like that. Happy to do that work.
Thank you, Margaret. I really appreciate it. Fran?
Yeah.
Thank you, and thank you for putting all that document together, Corinna. Yeah, that it does move us forward much faster, and I really like it. I think it's really good. I'm kind of getting in the weeds outside of this process that you put down, but I like, and I do like the interactions. But for OPAC's perspective, one of the things that is going to give us the most handle is the federal consistency ability. And I think research questions that are related to unknowns that would allow us to use federal consistency to rein in or to control or to otherwise have some say when proposals come to the table. That type of research questions focused would, in my mind, be one of the priorities in the research framework. What don't we know that we need to know to be able to really apply this federal consistency? Well, thank you.
Thank you, Fran.
And Karina,
Any-
that may be a good opportunity for intersection between your committee and our agency, right? We could help them understand, you know, what, and, you know, provide that enforceable policy gaps analysis and a primer of how we use enforceable policies, so that can help stack understand framing of questions. And so you asked for
Could be
maybe
part of it.
an exchange, and I think
Yeah.
that would be a productive one to help you as you proceed.
Yeah, I think it could even be potentially an aspect of that in the matrix, the framework, a criterion, like, will it help with the enforceable policies piece?
Richard, go ahead.
I have a question that is not directly related to this, but is associated with this. Do you want to do that now or wait for other opportunities?
Sorry, I had a sneezing fit.
Yeah. Oh, no. I'll defer to Susan.
Yeah, well, I'm not seeing any other questions, so go for it, Richard.
Well, my question is, I'm just curious what the effect of the chainsaw has been on NOAA's capability to continue to do research projects.
I think we are still trying to figure that out. And I think there isn't a lot of clarity. We do know that we have the presentation coming up on the executive orders and various things. I can share that, at Sea Grant, we wouldn't be able to propose work that would be in direct opposition to any executive order. So, that probably applies across NOAA. They are trying to find areas that, be aligned. They don't really, that's just the way it is.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Karina. Thank you, Richard. Last call for any questions before we take a break. We're actually just about right on time now.
Susan, I'm wondering if the council would like to make any sort of motion on the proposed direction to stack, given Karina's language and recommendations so that, we can officially communicate, I guess if the council agrees, approval of this path forward that she's presented.
Okay, yeah, that,
I'll make that motion to approve that, the path forward that Karina presented and the timeline as proposed.
I second it.
was that Joe, okay. Andy, did we get that down? I forgot to request that OPAC members put draft motions in writing in the chat, but we can get to that later. But I think that was short enough. We're good. Okay.
Is the timing correct? I had heard some thoughts maybe around timing. Does the timing look good? Just so we get it right, or approximately right at this moment.
Yeah, I said including the proposed timing.
Okay.
Motion.
Yeah. Okay. Question, Joe, did you have a question about it, or?
Yeah, yeah, that's a good point about the timing. So the timing for the roadmap, Jeff, is that June of 2026?
Well, I left it vague because I wasn't really 100% sure on the best articulation, so that's why I'm asking, so that we have it clear.
Yeah, I just think that the report from STAC should be received probably a couple of months at least before the roadmap final report is done, so that can be used. I mean, that was my thought, but if you have Jeff or Karina, if you have a different thought on that, I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, if I may, if House Bill 3963 passes, the legislature would give us until January 1st, 2027 to submit a roadmap. We have not all the funding in the world to keep extending and having meetings clear through then. And so the thought was, if I could come back in September of this year, turning my 10-page draft into like a full-fledged, here's what we think we've got draft in like September, then we would have time between September and let's say February to hash it out with the roundtable group, be adding in missing pieces of information with a hope that there'd be something that would be ready to share with the public, as here's the public comment draft sometime in the spring. That gives me then time to respond and incorporate public comments in an updated draft and any additional consultation that we need to do, that we could be ready in mid-26, but we're leaving it flexible because there may be good reason to take that extra time. And I've already had one person on our roundtable recommend, well, maybe you do want to take that extra time. So I'll just say, if STAC really needs the time, I do consider this research agenda to be a key piece of the roadmap, and that would be a good reason for us to reevaluate our schedule.
So with that information, if in your write-up, Karina, you say having a final report by the fall winter of 2025, and if Jeff may extend this way out to what do you say, the December 2026. So that's like a whole nother year where things could be out of date. So of course there's a lot of squish in there because Jeff might finish it by mid. So maybe we could put some kind of I don't know.
Looks like Andy has an idea.
Maybe by the spring OPAC meeting, have a final report done, and then be closer to maybe, I don't know, that's a thought.
Yeah, I think the important element of this last discussion is that the STAC framework could be incorporated into the public review draft that would go out. And then there might be time afterwards, depending upon comments received, that either both STAC and Jeff might make small revisions or tweaks, or there would just be opportunity to, review what we've heard and consider what we, have on the table and make changes to that prior to finalization. So I think the important element is that the stack report come in time for that public review draft. So Jeff, if you're thinking that's early 2026, then the fall winter timeline that you have here makes sense. So I think it lines up with where you want to be, Jeff, and I think that gives stack enough time to, you know, put a lot of thought into it and then move forward. So I think I like it in terms of timing.
And we can always come back to OPAC and ask for a friendly amendment if the timing changes, right?
Yep.
Okay.
And the OPAC working group could receive the initial report and use it in any of its work products that it will bring back to the council as well. So I think you have both of those coordination elements that match well.
Joe, did that answer your question okay? Sufficiently?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate a little bit extra time there, but that makes total sense. Thanks.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. Any other questions about the motion idea to approve approve the draft outline that Karina proposed? So by consensus, are we good with this? Is there anybody who's absolutely against it? I'm good with it. Anybody else? Joe? Natalia? Jamie? Fran? Okay. Andy, I think we have consensus.
I think that's consensus. Thank you.
Awesome.
Perfect.
Thank you very much. We appreciate the feedback.
Yeah, thank you, Karina. I think the stack's doing great work, so we won't stand in your way. Okay, that takes us to our break. Thank you, Jeff, Andy, and Karina for all of your presentations and information sharing and the discussions. I think that's been very helpful. Like I told Jeff, I always learn something new every time you guys come to OPAC with something. So I appreciate that. Before we take a break, I just want to go over a couple things. One, we have some things this afternoon where we may require motions. So if you have a motion in mind and can write it out and drop it in the chat or send an email to Andy, that way we spend less time trying to rewrite on the fly if, you know, if it's a long motion. So to make sure we got the wording right. So if you could think about that during break and over lunch. The second one is proposals for elections. Where Andy and Tara and I were thinking if you could also send those to Andy and Eva via email. However, before we get there, we should probably ask if the voting members of OPAC are interested and willing to serve if they are nominated. But Andy, maybe I'll let you kind of walk us through that as what you see as the best process.
Yeah, thank you, Susan. So on the screen here, you see the current OPAC leadership with Susan as chair, Tara as vice chair, and Jamie Faraday as the at-large member. Jamie has let me know he wants to step away from any executive committee duties. So I think he's the only one who's let me know he's not continuing to serve on the elected leadership. And I did just want to remind folks that there are 3 elected positions, the chair, vice chair, and at-large. They are elected for periods of 2 calendar years, and they may be re-elected. So there's no limit on whether or not a chair can continue to serve or vice chair. And the roles of the executive committee are really to assist staff and to help set the meeting agendas for the council, and then to help run the meetings. And I would just like to really thank Susan, Tara, and Jamie for all the work that they've put in over the last couple of years. They have been a great leadership board for you all. And they would be able to answer questions that any of you have about how much time it takes and the duties associated therein. So we are looking for nominations for the chair, vice chair, and at large. And if you have nominations that you would like to propose, I put both my and Eva's emails in the chat. Please send an email to us and we will work to collate those and bring them forward at the appropriate time later this afternoon. And with that, I will just go ahead and stop sharing my screen so I can see you all.
Thank you, Andy. Do you need to know now which OPAC members are not interested? Besides Jamie, I know. Thank you, Jamie. It's been great having you on the executive committee. Appreciate that. Tara, I meant to talk to you prior to the OPAC meeting, but haven't been able to. If you're still interested in serving on the executive committee in some capacity, any other OPAC members who are interested, or maybe it'd probably be easier to say, if you're not interested, let Andy know. That way, if a nomination comes in for you, he can say, sorry, but so that person is not interested.
Yeah, either way, if you have nominations, I can either verify during the course of the meeting this afternoon if those nominated are willing, and or if you want to send me an email saying you don't have the time, then that's also valuable as well. So I'll use whatever information we can gather to help us with that agenda item towards the end of the day.
Because you and Eva and Mandy are magic. So appreciate all that. You do great technical work behind the scenes to accomplish all that. Okay, with that, now we're a little bit behind. So let's take, maybe can we take a 10-minute break instead of a 15-minute break to get back here and get an update on the PacWave project. So come back at 10 after 11.
Yep. Alrighty.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Give us a thumbs up in the reaction and let us know you're here. We'd appreciate it. I know Andy's here because he started the recording. I see Joe, I see Andy, Laurel, Steve, Amelia. Thank you, everybody. And Margaret, I'm glad you're still here too. I see you in the chat. Okay, and I see Dan Helene is here with us today. So Dan, if you're ready to give us an update on PacWave, we're ready to hear all about it. Welcome.
There we go. That would be better. Unmuting myself.
Yep, we see your slide. We're all good.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to give an update to the council. I was looking back at my records and it seems it's been quite a while since since we've had the opportunity and since we've provided an update. So just want to sort of give an update on PacWave, where we've been in the last few years as we move sort of out of our construction phase and into our operational phase. So for those, just a very quick reminder, PacWave is an open ocean wave energy test facility developed and operated by Oregon State University. And basically we provide the infrastructure to support the testing of wave energy converters for both the US and international marine energy industries. We're primarily funded by the US Department of Energy. And we have two sites, PacWave North, which is in state waters just off Yaquina Head, just north of Newport. It's designated as a renewable energy permit area in the Territorial Sea Plan. And it's not connected, there's no cables with that site. It's for standalone testing of devices. And currently, we haven't had a lot going on there. We recently renewed, we have a lease with DSL, and we have an Army Corps permit for the deployment of the Ocean Sentinel that you can see here, which is a mobile test berth, currently not connected to anything, but we have it out there at PacWave North, basically testing the mooring systems for overwintering it, which we previously hadn't done. And then our flagship site is PacWave South, which is really going to be the focus of what I'm talking about for the rest of my presentation and the rest of the update. This is a grid-connected site about 7 miles offshore, pretty much straight out from the airport in Newport. It's in federal waters, so we have a lease from BOEM and a license from FERC for the power generation. It's grid connected with 4 cables running to shore to carry power and data back to shore. So we have 4 berths out in the ocean, so 4 different developers can be testing at any one time. This facility is it's the only facility of its kind in the US, and one of only a handful of similar facilities in the world. And as you're probably aware, we've been working on this for quite a while. This is a timeline of the efforts that have gone in to develop PacWave South, starting back in 2011, 2012 with site suitability and site selection. And the site that was chosen where PacWave South is located was identified by the FINE committee, the fishermen involved in natural energy, back in 2011, 2012. We then went into several years of permitting, which culminated in the BOEM lease and the FERC license in early 2021, at which point we pivoted to construction. And the blue, as you can see, is the construction phase, which is just now wrapping up. The actual physical construction work was largely completed last year, some of it wrapping up early this year. And we're just in the process of closing out the construction contracts, which really means, you know, we're about to head into the operational phase. So the construction phase has been pretty significant. 3 sort of different parts to the construction. The first in 2021, 2022 was focused on our cable landing site at Driftwood Beach State Park. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about all of these in the next few minutes. The other piece was what we call our terrestrial construction, which was the build of our facility in Seal Rock, which we call our Utility Connection and Monitoring Facility, or UCMF. And then the final piece of construction was the manufacture and then the installation of all the cables associated with PacWave South, which happened the summer of last year. So underground construction focused on Driftwood Beach State Park, shown here in yellow. The underground construction was really horizontal directional drilling to install conduits, underground conduits, into which our cables have now been installed. So we have a series of conduits running from Driftwood to our UCMF facility, shown in red here. And then the major part of the work was these 4 blue lines, which are offshore conduits running about a mile offshore out from Driftwood. And this is, you probably can't see it very well, but this is a profile of the offshore bores. The horizontal directional drilling allows them to steer the drill, and this allowed them to drill down to about 120 or 130 feet underneath the seafloor, and then leveling out and then coming up in about 45 feet of water depth offshore. So the work was led by a company called the HDD Company out of California, and the engineering was done by Jacobs out of their Corvallis office. And this is a picture from the local newspaper showing the setup at Driftwood Beach State Park in the parking lot in, excuse me, early July of 2021. So we have two very large HDD rigs working in tandem, which they did for several months to get this work done. This is like a ground level view of the same drill rig setup. So we have one rig here and another rig here. One of these is actually drilling, the other one is installing the conduit, which pictures of the conduit, which is the final offshore infrastructure that went into the boreholes, is shown along the bottom. So it's thick wall steel pipe, almost 10 inches in diameter, actually surplus oil and gas industry pipe. Very, very heavy duty, heavier duty than we actually probably needed, but as it was surplus, it was the best path forward. And this is just a few seconds of video showing some of the work that went on. This drill rig is actually tripping back in, as it's called, which is moving the drill head back to the bottom of the hole to continue drilling. And then this drill rig is installing the conduit, which is, again, you can see here. Once we had those 4 offshore conduits installed, we switched and did our bore and conduit installation through to our utility connection and monitoring facility, shown here. And once those conduits were installed, our focus shifted back to Driftwood, where we built this very, very large splice vault. And this is 74 feet long, 16 feet wide, 10 feet tall. The offshore conduits coming in on the seaward side, and you can just about see the penetrations in the wall into which the terrestrial conduits were then connected. And then when we finished at Driftwood, as was our agreement with state parks who were willing to accommodate us, was rebuilding Driftwood parking lot. All that you can see of the vault is these 5 manhole covers across the center. Obviously, we rebuilt the parking lot, added a viewing platform, and did various other improvements to the site. So the work at Driftwood, the underground construction work, took almost a year. We installed almost a little over 6 miles of conduit in total, about 1.2 million pounds of steel for those offshore conduits. So shifting to our UCMF facility, it's shown here. This was taken earlier this year. Again, the red arrow showing you approximately where Driftwood is, and then probably not very accurate, but the offshore arrow is somewhere about where Packwave South is. So our UCMF facility, the design work was done by HGE Architects out of Coos Bay, and the actual build was Girding Builders out of Corvallis. You can see here where the cables come into a vault, and then we have 3 significantly sized buildings. The power conditioning building, if you remember, we had 4 offshore cables with 4 offshore test berths. Each individual comes into one of these bays in the power conditioning building, so 1 bay for each developer, for them to install equipment as needed for when they're doing a test. And then we have a switchgear building and then a control building, which is slightly more livable space where those companies can control and monitor their devices. So this is an aerial shot of, again, from earlier this year, very close to completion, and a ground level shot with the power conditioning building here, switchgear building and control building. And this is actually a retention pond for our stormwater management system with the vegetation growing in. And just looking at inside some of the buildings, the top two photographs within one of the bays in the power conditioning building. We have a grounding switch for the electrical system, and then this is the medium voltage junction box where the cables actually come in from driftwood. This is secured space for for the companies, so each developer has their own space to which they only have access. These are significant size bays. They're 70 feet by 35 feet, basically designed to give these companies as much space as they may ever need for installing whatever equipment they might need to install. The bottom two pictures are inside our switchgear room. The gray boxes are pretty standard electrical switchgear, medium voltage switchgear. We have a DC battery system that basically runs all the metering and relay systems in these cabinets. One cabinet for each of the 4 developers, a couple of cabinets for OSU, one cabinet for Central Lincoln People's Utility District, where our power is going to be going on to. And then there will be another cabinet installed on the right here by Bonneville Power Administration, who obviously, working with Central Lincoln, need to be monitoring the power that's coming from the test site. And then the control building, as I said, slightly more livable space. While the whole site itself is secured, we do have a lobby area here where we'll be able to, give, if we're offering tours and to VIPs and so on, just a little more pleasant space to be able to explain what's going on. And then each of the developers has one of these monitoring rooms, again, secured space where they can set up office space to monitor and control their devices. Building also has meeting room, restrooms, and so on. So that's the terrestrial side. Now getting into the cable side, which is really probably the most significant part of the construction. It was led by RT Casey, who are a company out of Louisiana. And our 4 subsea cables and 4 terrestrial cables were manufactured by a French company called Nexans at their factories in Norway and Switzerland, but primarily in their Norwegian factory. And then on the end of each of these cables, to allow developers to connect when they come to test at PacWave, we installed large subsea connectors. And these were manufactured by a company called McCartney out of Denmark. They were then shipped to Norway, terminated on the end of the cables, and then all of the cables and connectors were then shipped to the US for the installation. This is a shot within the Nexans factory of our cables being manufactured. And this is one of our subsea connectors. And you can see from the scale of what else is in the room, these are significant pieces of equipment. The half of the connector and the bend restrictors weigh about a ton. And ultimately, all of that was loaded on board the freighter, the Frito, which is a 450-foot freighter, which brought the cables and connectors over to the US. For the cable installation, we also had a number of other assets that were working on this. We had the HOS Innovator, which was the cable lay vessel. This is based out of Port Fourchon, Louisiana, which is where the cables were actually delivered into the US and then loaded onto the Innovator. So this vessel was the one that laid the cables from which some articulated extra protection on the cables was also installed, deployed the connectors, and also did some additional armoring and protection of the cables that I'll talk about. Also supported some light remotely operated vehicle work. We also had a dive and general support vessel from Source Marine Services out of Coos Bay, the Liberty. And then the bottom 2 assets, the Nautilus was a Spanish vessel, basically dedicated to the burial of the cable. And this vessel and all its people were basically solely to support the operation of this very large working class ROV, remotely operated vehicle, which was what did the burial of the cables into the seafloor after they had been laid. So this shows the route that the cables came, departed Norway, Rognan in Norway, late May, arrived in Louisiana in mid-June, and were transpooled onto the Innovator in Port Fourchon. Got delayed a few days while they waited for a hurricane to move out of the Gulf and the Caribbean before they headed down to the Panama Canal, through the Panama Canal, and then up to North Bend, which is where their operations were based out of, getting there on the late July. And this is just a capture from a webcam at the Miraflores locks, which is the last lock in the Panama Canal. This is the Innovator just heading through and about to head into the Pacific and head up to North Bend. So cable installation operations, there was a lot of work going on. I'm not going to go into this in detail, but key things were not only did we have the offshore cables being installed, but we had terrestrial cables being installed as well, which involved a partial closure at Driftwood again, both to install the terrestrial cables and also to receive the subsea cables, which were pulled in off the Innovator. The lay of the cables supported by dive operations. Once the Innovator had finished its lay operations, it's installed concrete mattresses, which I'll touch on, for stabilizing areas where we couldn't get particularly good burial. And then this is the Nautilus down at the bottom here, about 2 months of operations working to bury the cables. So a few pictures here. This is actually the stack of cables in the cable tank on the Innovator. This picture here, you can see a person standing on them to give you some idea of the scale. There's about 47 miles of subsea cable that we installed. This is 4 cables all stacked up on top of each other. You can see the first cable with the subsea connector, second cable with the connector, and the other 2 have the connectors down below. This is a rather grubby cut section of the cable just to give you an idea of the size of it. In total, this cable was about 1,100 tons of cable. So this vessel was incredibly heavily laden when it came up here. So this is the Innovator working off Driftwood. Really the point for this picture is this is Driftwood here. So this gives you some idea of the length of the conduits that were installed, because the conduits basically terminated not far off the stern of the ship. So 1 mile offshore, those are long bits of pipe that were installed for this thing. Just to explain a bit of the layout of the Innovator itself, all these labeled in yellow are associated with the lay of the cable. So you have this cable tank that we just saw, the connectors strapped onto the side and underneath. And then we have a 70-foot high or so gantry over the cables. So the cable basically loops up over that gantry, and that's to maintain the bend radius. The last thing you want to do with this cable is allow it to bend in too tight a radius, because you'll basically destroy the cable by doing that. So most of this setup is to allow for the cable to be laid without bending it too significantly. So you have this very large gantry. Cables then running down onto the deck, down through what's called the linear cable engine, which is what's forcing the cable over the stern of the vessel through the chute. And then all of that's controlled by a team in the control tower. We also had articulated pipe, which was some secondary armoring that was attached on the nearshore areas where we had some rocky hard substrate. Then we had the ROV support with the ROV shack, the main ROV deployment tower, and then a backup ROV. And then critical for our operations was a very large onboard crane for this vessel. So there's 3 people here again for scale, but this shows the cable coming up and over the top of the gantry, back down to the deck, through the linear cable engine here. There is no split pipe, articulated pipe being installed. I'll show you that in a second, but this is where it would be installed, and then off the stern of the vessel down to the seafloor. The cable, yellow cable here is the ROV tether. Basically, we had an ROV monitoring that at all times. And this is showing the installation of this ductile iron split pipe, this additional armoring done by hand. So very, a very slow operation when we were installing several hundred feet of this in the first section of the cable when it came out of the conduit, due to some rockier substrate, which meant we weren't going to get good burial. But once that was installed, this is basically what we'd do at maybe 1,500 feet an hour, is just very slowly lay the cable on the seafloor on a predetermined route until we got out one by one doing these cables until we got out to the end of the test site when we had to deploy the subsea connector. Now, if you remember, we had that gantry. So to deploy this, to get this into the chute, we actually had to do a lift and lift that connector about 90 feet above deck down into the chute on the stern, which, excuse me, at sea was probably the most challenging operation for all of this cable installation. And of course, with 4 cables, we had to do it 4 times. That subsea connector was then lowered down to the seafloor. This is inside the ROV shack. They then used the small ROV on board with its manipulators to basically release an ROV-friendly shackle on the end of the winch cable. And at that point, the subsea cable and connector was then detached from the ship and was deployed on the seafloor. And there's a picture of one sitting there down at 63 meters. So as I mentioned, when the Innovator finished that work, they went to this additional concrete mattress deployment. So this is just showing the concrete mattresses on the deck after all the other equipment had been removed. These are 20-foot by 8-foot blocks of concrete held together by polypropylene rope. And basically these were strategically placed on areas where we didn't get fantastic cable burial, mainly to prevent the cables from moving around on the seafloor. These are armored cables, but over the 25-year life of the project, even if those cables are just moving a small amount, that steel armoring will get destroyed and the cable will get harmed. So these concrete mattresses are a pretty industry standard way of stabilizing cables. Again, another shot of mattresses being deployed. And this is the sonar on the ROV. Basically, that was used to align. You can see the cable here. You can see the frame on which the mattress is suspended, and that would be lined up by maneuvering the vessel and monitoring it with the ROV until it was in place, would be lowered down. The ROV would release the frame, then pull it up and repeat. So once we had completed that, we then had the Nautilus coming in for the cable burial. Again, this is the CM ROV that did the burial work. It's a tracked, remotely operated vehicle with thrusters as well. It can actually fly off the seafloor to a certain extent if it had to, but most of the time it was working on its tracks. And basically it uses high-powered jets with these swords, as they're called, which can be lowered down to cut a trench in the sandy seafloor and allow the cable to drop into the trench. And it does a number of passes to get the cable to bury enough. And you can imagine once it's been dropped into the trench, the cable very quickly gets covered up, so you can't visually tell where the cable is. So this is actually a tracking system that's lowered down so they can actually track exactly where the cable is and do multiple passes to get that cable buried. And then the much fancier control room for this ROV, as a larger vessel, larger ROV, much higher tech. And again, the sonar on the ROV, you can see the trench that had previously been done. So the final work for the burial was completed in October 13th, very early in the morning was when we said time. We had some bad weather coming in and basically had completed as much burial as we were going to get at that stage. long process, 27 months from when we started the contracting all the way through to the completion of the actual physical cable installation work. As I mentioned, 50 miles of cable, not including the freighter that brought the cable over. We had about 300 vessel days under charter, about 5,000 person days for this installation work. And about 1,000 hours of that large ROV working on the seafloor, including one dive, which was a record for them of 138 hours of continuous operation, which is 5 3/4 days, which was pretty impressive. It's quite a workhorse. So construction now complete, and we're now waiting for our first clients. We have a number of clients lined up to come and test. CalWave Technologies out of California, Sea-Power out of Virginia and Oregon, a group from Portland State University and Aqua Harmonics, obviously out of Oregon, and then Littoral Power Systems out of Massachusetts, all largely funded by the US Department of Energy in a funding opportunity announcement from 2022. And we're expecting the first developers to be coming to deploy in about a year's time. And then future funding for testing at PacWave in September of last year, the Department of Energy issued a large funding opportunity announcement for $112.5 million for testing. This was not entirely focused on PacWave, but largely focused for the grid-connected testing for PacWave. And deadlines for submission of that proposals was in February of this year. And with the uncertainties at the moment, no one's really sure what the status is of that funding opportunity announcement. So we're moving into construction phase. We have developers coming in. We need to continue to work to find other companies to come in, hopefully hand in hand with Department of Energy. But with the uncertainty that everyone's facing at the moment, we're somewhat in the same boat with long-term deployments from some of these companies. And with that, I would be quite happy to take any questions that people may have.
Wow, thank you. That is amazing. Just the engineering and everything that was fascinating. Yeah, so thank you for that. Natalia, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Dan. Yeah, that's really impressive presentation and your incorporation of photos and live video that help us, to be like real situation. I have a question just in general. Can you share with us what lessons did you learn during this project construction? Maybe challenges you met. It could relate to cable installation or procurement or permitting system. Anything that would help us to consider, or maybe any delay, supply chain from Europe and etc. Anything that can help us to consider for future project. It could be, ocean energy, renewable energy devices, or any offshore wind power cables installation in the future, and particular when we will start gathering joint agency review team for future project to coordinate permitting system. So anything we need to know in terms of policy maybe should be improved based on your experience, your pilot project for this. It would be really helpful to know your perspective. Thanks.
How long do you have? I think the how long any of this takes, the complexities of it, the need for data. We did multiple, geophysical, geotechnical surveys, all of that. The more information that people can have, the better they're going to be able to do things like cable installation. But even then, until you actually, have machinery on the ground trying to bury those cables and so on, you can't really tell, how it's going to go. Timing is, of the essence. It's one of those massive unknowns, and one of the challenges we had, and as you all know, the weather window to do some the offshore operations is very, very limited. And we had some issues with the factory in Norway where some equipment broke that delayed them for like 3 weeks, which ate up a huge amount of our buffer. We'd hoped to start early July with our cable lay, and it ended up early August, pushing us very late into the season. I think just the complexities of any of these projects and the realization that timing's going to shift, whether it's supply chain, whether it's weather, whether it's equipment failures and so on, and just trying to build that into the planning for it, whether that's on the permitting side or just the operational side.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I'll take Justin's question, and then I hate to cut this short, but we do have other presenters waiting too. So Justin, go ahead, and then we'll wrap up this agenda item.
Sure. Thanks, Susan. And thank you, Dan. It might be a quick question, kind of follows up with what Natalia asked, but just as in terms of resources available, the vessels that you described here in your presentations, how difficult was it to get them lined up, and how available are they on the West Coast for future work?
Yeah, so we put all that responsibility on RTKC. We didn't try and do that vessel chartering ourselves. They're in a much better position to do that. They do this for it's their living. The West Coast is definitely, there are some challenges with the West Coast. There's some great companies over on the West Coast, but a lot of the resources, up in the Seattle area or down in the California area, which means, the costs for any operations in Oregon become significantly higher just because of the mobilization costs. And some of these vessels, both those vessels were DP2 vessels. You're talking about, well over $100,000 a day. So yeah, there are limitations in vessels. They are available, but it's booking them early and making that commitment, getting them under contract as early as possible, because they need to be using those vessels for as many days a year. And if you're slow contracting, you're going to lose your opportunity.
Thanks for that.
Wonderful. Thank you for the questions, and thank you, Dan. That was, yeah, I think we could spend all afternoon here asking more questions about everything. That is just such an amazing accomplishment with what you've gotten done. So,
and if anyone has any follow-up questions, please feel free to reach out to me.
Yeah, sounds good.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you for joining OPAC today. Like you said, it's been a while, so glad to have you here.
Thank you.
And Susan, I would just note there were some questions in the chat. So Dan, I don't know if you need to run, but if you have a moment and maybe just answers those questions in the chat, if you have a moment, would be great. That way we can move on to Laura's presentation.
Yeah. Thank you, Tara. I'd forgotten to look at the chat, so I appreciate that. And welcome, Laura. We are on to our presentation about the Oregon Ocean Science Trust. Welcome.
Great, thank you. Can you verify if you're seeing my opening slide?
Yes, we are.
Okay, excellent. So thank you so much. I'm here with the Oregon Ocean Science Trust just to really do kind of a first presentation to OPAC. I want to talk a little bit about the Trust's recent, who we are, our recent accomplishments, what our priorities are for this legislative session, and then end up with talking about a new partnership that we have with California for a West Coast science agenda. So that said, I'll just introduce myself. I'm Laura Anderson. I am a founding board member of the Trust. And my personal experience is more on the industry side. I'm the founder of Local Ocean Seafoods Restaurant. I actually started working on the back of my dad's fishing boat back in the day, so have some at-sea experience. I also have a master's degree in marine resource management from OSU. I'm not a scientist, but I have the privilege of working with scientists like Dr. Karina Nielsen, who is our vice chair, and also in introducing Lisa DeBrook-Yair, our operations manager, who is also on this call today. So just a little bit about the trust in general. We were established about 12 years ago by the Oregon legislature. I know some people on this call were part of the Nearshore Research Task Force for many years, and this trust was a recommended outcome of that multi-year Nearshore Research Task Force. So the focus of the trust was to fill kind of a unique and valuable role for the state, and that's to build, diversify, and direct funding for ocean research that can help agencies and policymakers to make more knowledgeable decisions about use and management in Oregon's territorial sea. A few important things just to kind of make sure are clear about the trust. One is we're not a government agency, but we are linked to the state through our relationship with Department of State Lands, our administrative sponsor. We do have an account in the Oregon Treasury, and we also have a relationship with the Oregon Community Foundation, so we can receive tax-deductible contributions and direct legislative support. So these are ways that we can try to leverage funding from multiple sources. Another important thing is that the OOST doesn't have scientists doing science as an organization. We don't do the science. We're really just a fiscal platform to leverage funds. And then we generally do competitive grant programs to get those funds out to public and private entities. We do also have the ability to distribute funds directly to state agencies. One of the key things that was important when the trust was established was to make sure that it could be a firewall, if you will, when there are outside funds potentially coming into the state to do work. We want to make sure that it's not funds driving priorities, but that priorities are set in the state. So how do we determine funding priorities? We've done this through a couple of science summits where we have convened hundreds of Oregon marine scientists and policymakers. Many people on this call have been part of those summits. We had our last one was just a little over a year ago. Through that process, we distill out what the current priorities are to make sure that funds are flowing in the direction of the highest needs for Oregon. And then just also noting on this slide, we have a very small board of directors. There's just the 5 voting members that you see here. And we also have 2 non-voting members, including Representative David Gomberg and Senator Dick Anderson. So what are those priorities coming out of the last Science Summit, which was December 2023? These were identified as the high-level ocean issues that need our immediate attention. Climate solutions, obviously top of mind when we know that the ocean, has absorption of about 30% of CO2. It's a very important contributor to climate solutions. I have not been on your call all morning, but I see from your agenda you've had energy at the top of your agenda. So that's also a top issue for the OOST is energy infrastructure and understanding its effects on marine ecosystems and also people. Fisheries also continues to be a high priority for Oregon. We know the value of fisheries is very significant to the coastal economy, so ensuring that we're continuing to manage those sustainably. And then the fourth item there is really more of about our role as a convener. So being able to identify knowledge and data gaps and help to synthesize existing data to improve data accessibility. And also we know our Oregon's territorial sea has some very unique and important ecosystems, kelp forests, rocky reefs, crab habitat. We are working to build long-term monitoring capacity to understand changes in species distribution and abundance as ocean conditions are generally always changing. So that's just a quick summary of who we are, what we do, what our role is. Basically, it's securing funding from state, federal, and private sources to help increase knowledge for the state. We do this through partnerships. One of the advantages that we have is that we're very cost effective, we're nimble, we're very fast. When we have been given money, we've been able to turn it out at very low cost very quickly. But also we need to work to build just a base of public support, and that's part of why we're doing these presentations more actively this year with partners, and also doing more with getting general public participation. So a little bit about what we've done, our recent accomplishments. I mentioned the 2 scientific summits that were convened, one in 2023 and one 7 years prior. Those are pretty big deals. Getting, 50, 60, 70 scientists in a room for 2 days to shake out priorities. It's not a perfect process yet, but it's good. We're getting good results from it, and we'll continue to do that and continue to improve. We have distributed a little more than $2 million in the state to support monitoring through 2 House bill research and monitoring through 2 separate House bills, and I'll dive in on a couple of specific slides for that. We've had 14 teams of grant recipients in 3 key areas of research. This one, nearshore ocean and coastal research, we had House bill funding to really understand rocky reefs, kelp forests, and management decisions relative to urchins and potential sea otter reintroduction. 5 of these projects were focusing on habitats and species, and one was more on just data management and making data easier to access. We also had a specific House bill around ocean acidification and hypoxia. This was really just to help us know what's going on with OAH and planning for adaptations, and also some outreach and communications planning to help people understand the issues. So we had 7 projects funded here. 3 of them had to do with monitoring in Yaquina Bay. 2 of them focused specifically on shellfish. 1 of them focused on eelgrass, and 1 was a communications contract to see how we can do a better job of making this issue more visible for the public. The third major area that we've had in our accomplishments was helping to fund the assessment of Oregon's marine reserves. This was a legislatively required assessment, but it happened at a time where COVID had just started, and there was a big gap in the legislature that year, and the mandate went unfunded. We were able to fundraise private funding sources, keep this on track, and it really helped establish some of our key partnerships with Oregon Sea Grant and OSU and Oregon Community Foundation and others. And it was good because of keeping that process on track and not delaying it because of lack of legislative funding. Findings were that marine reserves were effectively designed, and the Department of Fish and Wildlife was meeting its mandate, and it also helped to reveal some ongoing monitoring and research that was needed to continue this tracking socioeconomic and ecological statuses. So it was really great that we were able to keep things on track. And just to say, this is a great example of where the OOST is not in an advocacy position at all with any of these projects. It's really just acting as a fiscal platform. So the OOST was kind of agnostic to whatever the assessment was going to say, and didn't get involved in that. It was just trying to keep funds flowing in the right direction for this work. So what's next for us? Well, you know these bullet points. I'm not even going to read them. They're very obvious to people who are at a OPAC meeting. But sometimes we're talking with folks that are not as cognizant of what's at stake and what our coastal issues are, particularly if we're talking with legislatures from non-coastal parts of the state or others who are not as familiar with ocean issues. But it's nice for you to see these are the kinds of issues that we are bringing forward to these different audiences. And we also talk about just the importance of the marine economy to the state as a way to get the attention, particularly of legislators, etc. I am going to. I'm going to go ahead and jump into this slide. I think my two slides are a little reversed for how I wanted to present them, but this is to say that we are moving forward both with requests for funding from private funding sources, from state funding sources, and from federal funding sources. We do not feel that there is a big push to move for federal funding right now. There doesn't seem to be support for funding ocean science with the current situation, but this allows us a really good planning window for the next few years to build collaboration and build partnership around the West Coast Ocean Science Action Agenda. So this is really a collaboration that started with California and Oregon Ocean Science Trusts, understanding that we have some very much shared issues with our ecosystem and our oceans, and that if we are going to be effective at going for a large funding packages, multi-millions of dollar funding packages, we're better off going together than going separately and competing. We are kind of inspired by some large funding packages that we've seen for other natural resources work in the country, be it Great Lakes, Lake Tahoe, places that are successfully getting 30 million, 40 million, $50 million funding packages. That's where I think the OOST and California as well really think that we can make an impact and bring back some funds to our state. So we're going to need time to develop the partnerships with policymakers, tribes, academic leaders, scientists, potential funders to make this happen. Right now, it's really a framework, and you can view this on the website. Maybe Lisa will drop that website into the chat while we're talking here. We're still in the early stages of this, but we feel like we have enough to get out there and say this is a collective vision, and let's move forward, convening some summits and talking about how we're going to craft a successful fundraising strategy, both in DC for future as well as with private funding sources, perhaps more in the short term. And then on the agenda right now is our state legislative session. We have House Bill 3786, which is in session right now. We're requesting a total of $3 million to continue to build on our existing research programs in ocean acidification, hypoxia, and also the nearshore fisheries and ecosystems, and also a newer area for us that we haven't specifically funded, which is more around sandy shores and coastal erosion issues. This is just to show that our work has been bringing a bigger impact to the state than just our direct investment. So we've received and distributed 2 million or so in funds to date. And it's just been great to hear from some of the PIs. Here are 3 different projects that have leveraged significant other funding because of seed funding that came through the Ocean Science Trust. So the first one, for example, was about a $100,000 trust grant, but that was able to leverage an additional 5 million infrastructure investment, 183,000 in in-kind donations, and another 15,000 from private funders for that project. Similarly, with the Olympia Oyster project, $175,000 grant, leveraged an additional $450,000. And then also our ocean acidification and hypoxia monitoring grant of $385,000 helped to leverage an additional $4.2 million. So that's just to show that these can be relatively nominal investments that can have a larger impact for the ocean science community, and we're pretty stoked about that. So with that, these are some ways to get in touch with us, and I'll go ahead and stop share and see if there's any questions.
Wonderful. Thank you, Laura. You have done a lot of great work. So really appreciate that. Any questions for Laura or comments?
Everybody probably is ready for their lunch break and grateful to catch up on time. Yeah, definitely. Any questions? And also just know you can just reach out to myself, to Karina, to Lisa, with any questions on the side. And we just wanted to take the opportunity to make sure that we were doing a good job of letting our closest partners know in the state and our sister organizations know what we're up to.
Yeah, that sounds good. I did have one question for you. What is the status? And I guess I could look online, but I was just curious of House Bill 3786.
Yeah.
Where it's going?
I'm going to give Lisa, I'm going to punt to Lisa real quick on this. Lisa, can you chime in on where we're at in the process?
Sure, we made it through the first big gauntlet with a number of letters of support. And so it's now in Ways and Means. And the next step is the trickiest of all in a very tough legislative session, which they all are. And that's to get it through Ways and Means. And so we'll be, again, reaching out to all of our partners and others to gather support and garner support as we move it through that part of the process.
Okay. Hey, thank you for that. Karina, you have your hand up. Go for it.
Yeah. Laura, great job presenting. We often co-present, but since you heard from me earlier, Laura decided to take the whole thing. But I did want to add, I think, Laura, you didn't get a chance necessarily to highlight. I just want to make sure the trust is aware because it may be of interest, is the partnership we made with the California Ocean Science Trust. And they're helping us lift this, but it is an MOU. We are two organizations that are unique in the United States in their relationship to state priorities, but independent and sort of aside, on the side of government, not actually government. So similar structures, slightly different mandates, different levels of maturity, but maybe a good partnership for other opportunities for the West Coast. So that was it.
Cool. Thank you. Tara.
Yeah, thanks for coming and presenting. I think this is so exciting to see the Science Trust, just getting up and going. And I think the partnership with California is fantastic. And really just wanted to say thank you. And I'm excited about all this work, and let us know how we can help, including if there's ever any way we can support. We can't support legislation, but we can certainly help with, supporting funding or state agency requests to the governor's office and otherwise. So please let us know how we can continue to support this work, because it's obviously, as we're going to discuss this afternoon, I think we're going to be in a place where we need a lot more funding for science work. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that.
Yep. I agree. Okay, last call for any questions for Laura and Oost. I don't know why, but I just love that name, Oost. It sounds, I get a kick out of it every time I hear it. Okay. Well, with that, thank you, Laura. Thank you, Karina. Thank you, Lisa. Appreciate all the information and a lot of good work being done there. So it's fantastic. With that, I'll just make one more announcement that if you have any nominations for the elections this afternoon, send them to Andy and Eva, whose email addresses are in the chat. And 1 o'clock, we do, okay, before that, we do have a presentation. Our lunch presentation is the Oregon Kelp Alliance. So we'll hear from the Alliance about what they've been up to. And then at 1 o'clock, we will have a public comment period. And so if there's any members of the public in attendance now and you would like to speak up during public comment, please send us a note in the chat and let us know so that we can schedule you. Andy and Tara, what else am I missing? What else do we need to announce before we break for lunch?
I think just come back together at 12:30 for the presentation by the Oregon Kelp Alliance.
Okay. Sounds good. I'm going to turn off my camera now and we'll see you here at 12:30.
Thanks all. Thank you, Laura. Resume recording. All right, Tara, I know Susan is out running errands, but should we just proceed? I don't see Tara, but I do expect her back.
Oh, I'm here. Sorry.
There you
Apologies.
are.
I was having trouble with the audio.
Okay. Yeah, should we just proceed?
Sure. Yeah, let's move forward.
Okay, well, welcome, Sarah and Carl. We're happy to have you and looking forward to hearing about your update on the Oregon Kelp Alliance.
Great. Thank you, Andy. Thanks for having us here today. Tom Calvanese, our director, is a more familiar face. I think he's presented about work at these OPAC meetings before, but he and I are at a conference in Canada and he was not able to sneak away today. So he sends his regards. My name is Sarah Hamilton. I'm the science coordinator for the Oregon Kelp Alliance. And me and my colleague, Carl Hendrickson, will be presenting some updates on what's going on with the Kelp Alliance. So we'll go ahead and hop in. There we go. So just to start off, just a brief overview, since a lot of kelp forests are still kind of a new topic in Oregon. So largely, a little bit of background, our primary canopy forming species here in Oregon is the bull kelp, along with a suite of understory species. And kelp forests can only grow on rocky substrate. They don't have roots the way that plants do, so they're limited to places where rocks exist in the right depth zone. And so for Oregon, what that means, as you can see over here on some of these maps, is that the bulk of our kelp forests are present in the southern third of the state, starting around Cape Arago and going down to the Brookings. You can kind of see the Port Orford area with Cape Blanco and Redfish Rocks area historically was home to about 2/3 of Oregon's kelp forests. So really important key habitat on the southern coast. But we also have some wonderful reefs further north, like Cape Foulweather and Pacific City. And just to note, this is the historic distribution. This is no longer really, really representative of the current situation. But just as a reminder, Orca began when urchin fishermen, commercial fishermen, and other community members started coming to Orca director Tom Calvanese, saying that the kelp forests that they worked in and played in were going from these beautiful, lush, verdant forests to urchin barrens that were devoid of kelp and, importantly, devoid of some of the biodiversity and the fisheries species that kelp forests are essential habitat for. And because the state had not conducted a kelp forest survey in almost 20 years at that point, there really wasn't a lot of data to assess whether these anecdotal reports of loss signaled a widespread problem versus more localized examples of change. And so I'm pleased to report our first big task, ORCA's first big task, was to document what the problem was. And so with the support of Senator Merkley and Senator Wyden, ORCA received NOAA funds to go out and assess the status of Oregon's kelp forests. And I'll talk a little bit about that, but just want folks to know that got published in October 2024. You can find it on our website, and you also see a QR code and a couple slides here that you can scan if you want to peruse it at length. I think one of the most important things about the status report was that it was a really delightful group effort. So ORCA was the one kind of publishing it, but we had a co-author team of 7 or 8 different people, dozens and dozens of contributors, including a number of staff from ODF and W that were supporting us on the process, and worked with a suite of different institutions. So Reef Check, the Coast Aquarium, Oregon Institute of Marine Biology, Oregon State, ODF and W, and NOAA to create that report. So it was important for both the science it produced, but also for the partnerships that it produced. And so how did we assess status exactly? Well, our 2 goals were, 1, to assess what are the current conditions of Oregon's kelp forests, and then 2, look back to the past and compare our current conditions to past conditions to understand how things were changing. And so to get at that historic angle, we worked with Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife and Reef Check to access historical and ongoing time series of both aerial canopy extent as well as underwater surveys. So that got at the historic angle, and then to understand present day conditions, we coordinated in 2023 over 170 scuba surveys along historic kelp forest habitat, as well as 21 drone surveys. And so the drones looked again at aerial canopy extent, and the diving went beneath the surface to assess the fuller community. And so I'll give you a few highlights of the status report. I didn't want to get too bogged down in the details, but I can talk more about any of these points if folks have questions afterwards. But some of the key takeaways were that we found that when you compare 2022 to 2010, there was about 70% less bull kelp canopy in the state. And this was not spread evenly. This loss of kelp forest habitat was not spread evenly across the state, but rather there are places that still have pretty intact, healthy kelp forest, but large swaths of historic kelp forest habitat that now support little to no kelp. And you saw that particularly in the Port Orford and Brookings area, where some of these scuba surveys, we would do 20, 30 scuba surveys in an area and only come across a handful of individual kelps, like sometimes just 2 to 3 individual kelps across dozens of surveys. We found evidence that increasing purple sea urchin densities were a key driver of how quickly this system, these habitat, has been lost over the last 15 years. And we actually found some really exciting signs of resilience as well. So we found places where kelp forest was actually doing better than it had ever been doing, such as that year Cape Foulweather had a historically good year. And we also started to, for the first time, see juvenile sunflower sea stars showing up in Oregon again, which was really exciting for us because juvenile sunflower sea stars can eat a lot of purple urchins, and historically were part of this food web that kept kelp forests in balance. So the fact that we found a 70% loss of kelp forest habitat in about a decade and a half indicates that this is an urgent situation that calls for active stewardship to restore some of what we have lost and protect what we have remaining. And this is really critical because we're already seeing negative impacts of kelp forest loss on Oregon coast human communities and animal communities. So for instance, ODF and W was a co-author on a paper recently that found that one of Oregon's abalone species, the flat abalone, is at high risk of extinction, in part due to loss of its key food source. Additionally, urchin divers have had to change where they are fishing because their historic diving and fishing grounds are no longer viable for commercial harvests. So that's kind of what we completed in the last year or two. And I think what is ORCA doing now to change the current trajectory of Oregon's kelp forests? What about that restoration and protection piece? So we are actually just getting started on this right now. The Oregon Kelp Forest Stewardship Initiative is an initiative funded by a new grant from NOAA, National Marine Fisheries Service Office of Habitat Conservation, to support restoration and protection work at 6 sites across the coast. Again, Senator Jeff Merkley, Senator Ron Wyden, and now Representative Val Hoyle provided support for this and have been incredible champions for kelp forests cause in Oregon. It's going to fund about 2 years of work at these 6 sites that I'll show you in a moment. And we just got awarded the final notice of award about 2 weeks ago. So it's starting May 2025, and this should run through June 2027. So we'll be doing this restoration and protection work at 6 sites across the coast that community members helped us identify as priorities. Those are, starting in the north and going south, Cape Lookout, Kiwanda Rock at Pacific City, Cape Foulweather, just north of Newport, South Cove at Cape Arago State Park in Coos Bay, Nellie's Cove in Port Orford, and Macklin Cove in Brookings. And this year, we're going to be focusing on these 3 sites, Kiwanda Rock, Nellie's Cove, and Macklin Cove. Some work will be continuing at these sites next year, but we decided to kind of break up the big focus between the 2 years so we could better focus on specific sites. So that's the where. How are we doing this work? So we have a 3-pronged strategy that we have chosen based off of work that's happening at the global level to do kelp forest restoration and protection. So we've looked to examples happening in California, Norway, Australia, and picked out these 3 strategies as ones we think will be likely to have success here in Oregon. And so those are grazer control, which is specifically harvesting and culling purple sea urchins from sites of interest to go ahead and clear out those grazers. I want to note that Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife has been a really important partner with us on this, because they just worked over the last year or so to create a new pathway for this culling work to happen, which is a letter of authorization that was approved by the Fish and Wildlife Commission. So thank you, ODF and W. That's been a critical piece to get into play. The second thing is kelp seeding. So once urchins have been cleared from that site, you want to go ahead and let that kelp forest reestablish as quickly as possible. And so either outplanting bull kelp directly or just boosting the spore supply by boosting the supply of reproductive material at that site so that you increase the likelihood of kelp reestablishing before urchins can move back in. And we've been working with Department of State Lands to get a voluntary habitat restoration registration that is helping with the permitting framework for that. And then finally, those first 2 prongs work at smaller spatial scales. They're time and people intensive, so you can't do grazer control and kelp seeding across the entire coast. You have to pick specific sites. But one strategy that does hold a lot of promise for helping us scale up restoration and protection work is reestablishing urchin predators in the system. So historically, sea otters and sunflower sea stars have been urchin predators in our system. The Alaka Alliance is working for otter restoration reintroduction here in Oregon. And so we're focusing on recovering sunflower sea star populations, which were decimated in the mid-2010s by sea star wasting disease. And so we're doing a pilot experiment this year, or a pilot project this year, where we are translocating sunflower sea stars to a specific kelp restoration site to boost the urchin predation that can go on at that site. That's going to be at Nellie's Cove this year. And then one of the most important parts, who is doing this work? So we get to work with a lot of wonderful partners for the urchin removal and harvest work. That includes commercial urchin divers, our partner organization Reef Check that leads volunteer community science divers to do both kelp forest monitoring as well as urchin culling. Additionally, we have tribal members that are interested in urchin harvest, both in the intertidal as well as in the subtidal as part of dive teams. And so we're particularly working with the Coquille Indian tribe on that right now. For the kelp seeding, Orca has our own little mariculture team that you will hear a lot more about from Carl, so that we're doing that a little bit more in-house. And then the Sunflower Sea Star work, we have partnered with a couple of wonderful scientists at the University of Oregon, that's Aaron Galloway, and Oregon State University, Sarah Gravum, partnering with them and their students to do that pilot project this year. So that's good. That's the bulk of our stewardship work that's going to go on this year. And then I want to pivot on over to my colleague Carl to talk about not just restoring kelp, but also the potential for starting some small scale mariculture as well. So Carl, I'll pass it off to you.
Awesome. Thank you, Sarah. Hey everyone, my name's Carl Hendrickson. I'm a administrative and program assistant with Orca, and I'll be working specifically closely on this mariculture project. So Sarah's been laying out our science work, monitoring, and our implementation going into place this summer and in the future. But we have this other project, our Restorative Kelp Mariculture Project. Funded by private funding through the Builders Initiative, the Restorative Kelp Mariculture Project is a pioneering initiative launched in Port Orford that uniquely combines commercial kelp cultivation with ecosystem restoration objectives and the development of market-based solutions. That's sort of the key point of this funding source. So we're planning to grow kelp on temporary vertical moorings in the water, which Department of State Lands has helped get us approval for in areas around Port Orford. These moorings will take advantage of natural kelp recruitment that we've observed on vertical lines in the past. Long-term data moorings in the area, derelict crab pots, have proven that kelp likes to grow on vertical lines. And so we think there's sort of a foundation for this work and why we think it's going to be successful. We're really excited to partner with local fishermen for the deployment and retrieval of the moorings, as well as making sure that these moorings don't interfere with existing fishing operations like crab pots in the area. We want to make sure that this project isn't interfering with the fishermen, but that it's actually helping them. We believe that it'll help diversify some of the fishermen's portfolio, giving them economic stability outside of crab season and fishing season. This will add a kelp season that also helps contribute to general ecosystem health, increases fish stocks. I think it's really going to be a cool sort of multiplicative effort. Additionally, there's going to be a lot of work to do in this, from growing the kelp to harvesting it, processing it, and transporting and selling all those products. All of that is local jobs and income for coastal communities that are often strapped for cash and kind of need to depend on tourism. We're hoping to diversify that economic opportunity and really help these coastal communities. Once we have that kelp growing, we have plans for multiple different revenue streams. This includes livestock feed, which folks are definitely building up interest in for those cow burps and methane production, soil amendments and fertilizers, which are already being produced using Alaskan bull kelp and sold here in Oregon. So we think there's a really good local business opportunity to cut down on some of those really long shipping. There's also human food involved. If anyone has tried kelp pickles, they're really pretty good, and we're hoping to bring that as more of a staple in folks' diet. And on the restoration side of things, we're also planning to harvest reproductive material. That'll help us get more kelp spores in the water. Like Sarah said, we need to get that reproductive material out there to allow kelp to grow. And so we're really excited to also harvest that for some of our restoration work. Next slide, Sarah. Another cool part of this project is piloting various natural materials to reduce the use of plastics in mariculture. So here we've got a couple examples of natural manila fiber line that we're using and mushroom-based buoys. We want to use these materials, but we also want to be sure that they're compatible with fishing equipment on boats. So we're working really closely with our fishermen partners to make sure that they don't have to swap out equipment just to do some of the mariculture work. So we want to be sure, again, that this fits sort of seamlessly into their portfolio and helps them as opposed to burdens the already busy work that they do. Next slide. There's good examples of this in places like Maine and Alaska pictured here, but we know that Oregon is a very unique and high energy coastline compared to some of the other places where we've seen commercial bull kelp cultivation. So we know we have some challenges to overcome, and we're really excited to pilot this and sort of see what we can develop here in Oregon. because it's a relatively new field. And if we can work closely with community members, I think we can develop it in sort of the right way from the ground up. And it's a really exciting project. Next slide. So sort of looking into the future of what we're doing, want to highlight that we just got money from the federal government. I know that's kind of surprising these days, and we've applied for even more through the same program. We've asked for $4.5 million for continuing our stewardship and restoration work in 2027 and 2029. So we're trying to look far into the future and say, how do we keep this work going? We know this problem occurred really quickly, and it's going to take a long, sustained effort to get us back to where we were. We're also in the process of getting our restoration work recognized as part of the Global Kelp Forest Challenge. So there's a Global Kelp Forest Alliance, and we are the Oregon Kelp Alliance. And we think it's really important that this is placed in the context that there is kelp decline all over the world, and the work we're doing in Oregon is part of that solution. So we're working with Governor's Office and other state partners to try to get support for this pledge to really recognize the important restoration work that's going on. Sarah mentioned we're working with the aquarium on some of our sunflower sea star work. We're talking to the zoo as well about a captive breeding program. Again, we think it's really important to get these urchin predators back into the water. And so we're excited to see where we can go with that and try to get more of these sunflower sea stars back into the water to help us control those urchin populations. Our new grant and a couple other smaller grants also include money to support local stewardship cohorts in communities where we do our work. I think it's really important to involve these communities. These are their kelp forests. They support their fisheries locally. And so we want to get local skilled knowledge and people in the water to take part in this work. We're also working with the Coquille Indian tribe and the Confederated Tribes of Coos, Lower Umpqua, and Siuslaw Indians to get divers in the water. Reef Check has helped us apply for the Dive Into Science program, and we are certifying staffers with these tribes to help them do their own stewardship work and get divers in the water to help control urchins, restore kelp, and be a part of this effort. This also includes tribal urchin harvest to support some of this kelp restoration work. We're also connecting with the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde and Confederated Tribes of Siletz Indians and the Tuala Dene tribe in California. Because again, it's really important to involve tribes in this work and make sure that the stewardship work that we are putting forward and that we want to do aligns with how tribes envision kelp forests coming back. Next slide. So I mentioned a number of partners with this. This is a not even extensive enough look at all the partners that we work with. And so a big shout out to folks in the Zoom here who we've worked with and all the other partners. It's going to take a lot of work and a lot of different people to solve this problem, and we're really thankful for the support that we get. So with that, thank you all for listening, and we would love to take some questions. I see a couple hands up. I think I saw Natalia up first.
Okay, thank you so much, Sarah and Carol, for the presentation. I have a couple of questions. The first one, so Sarah, in your slide, you mentioned 70% of reduction and this comparison from 2010 between 2022. Does it mean that 2010, this is the first year like baseline when the data collection like were available, or how many, how long do you have historical data for kelps forest? Yeah, okay. And should I tell the second question right now?
I won't be able to remember the second question, so if I can quickly answer that
sure.
one.
Yeah.
So two answers to that question. One, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife did, that was one of the last times they did their aerial surveys. But they also did a series of aerial kelp surveys. I think it was 5 of them when they were trying to decide what to do with commercial kelp harvesting regulations in Oregon. We could have used those as well, but we kind of wanted to constrain it to focusing on the last 15 years when we think the most change has happened. So that aerial data goes back to the 90s, and then you can also use satellite data. It's a coarser resolution. It's not the perfect data source, but it does go back to the 1980s. So we have some data all the way back to the 80s as well.
Okay, thank you so much. And the second question, how long does it take to restore kelp forest? So I understand it depends what kind of techniques you use. Is it like grazer control or seeding? But how long it will take, let's say, to restore at least 75% from that 70 loss that you mentioned?
Well, in terms of going on like a site by site level, one of the cool things about kelp forests is a lot of kelps are relatively short-lived. So for instance, bull kelp is actually an annual species. So once you reestablish the right conditions for it, theoretically, and it has been shown in some other places, they can come back within like a 2 to 3 year time frame. And some of those understory species take a little bit longer, but that can happen with within certainly 5 years, as opposed to like forest restoration, which takes much longer because those species are slow growing. And then as far as scaling it up to, I mean, I want to be honest about the, this restoration work is expensive and intensive. And so right now, between the 2 grants that we have in, we would estimate to restore about, I think, somewhere around like 15 to 20 hectares of kelp forest habitat, which would get us in a better position, but it would not make a huge dent in that 70% of loss. So I think it's important to note that we want to restore some important areas that matter to fisheries and local communities, but also part of this is going to be about protecting kelp forests that we still have, because that's always going to be more cost effective to protect as opposed to restore. So it's a little bit of a tricky question. There are a lot of things at play there. But yeah, thank you for those questions, Natalia.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah. Thanks.
Joe, I think I saw your hand go up next.
Yeah, thank you. I have 2 questions. One is, it seems you guys depend a lot on federal funding, and I'm wondering if you have a backup plan in case that disappears. It sounds like that big request to NOAA, it could be, not very reliable right now. And that's one question. I'm wondering what your thoughts are on that. And then second is, when you use your drones, how do you minimize impacts to wildlife that you might be near when you're doing that work? Thank you.
Yeah, first question. So we're lucky that the awarded funding will cover us for the next until about mid-2027. So that buys us a few years to start building deeper philanthropic fundraising relationships. We already have some of that, but that's something, especially at the end of this field season, that we're going to be working with our new board of directors to establish, reaching out to philanthropic foundations. I think long-term, there might be a case for going to the, considering whether the state would be interested in adding money to some of these initiatives, but I think our main focus would be big philanthropic partners. But yeah, I hear you. Not fun to be dependent on federal funding right now. And then for drone impacts, I get 3 different permits, one through state parks, one through the National Wildlife Refuge, the Oregon Islands Wildlife Refuge, and one through the Fish and Wildlife Service. To do this work, we fly at 300 feet to minimize interactions. Anytime we have an observer with us, and anytime the observer sees an interaction with a bird, we land immediately. And there are certain places we just avoid because they have protected certain places and times of years that we just avoid because there are protected species like the sandpiper that I can't think of right now, that it's just not worth it to potentially stress those critters out. So we have
any marine mammal. I mean, the marine mammals can also have a negative response to drones. So yeah. Anyway, that sounds great. It sounds like you got all the permits and responsible commercial pilots. So great. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Jamie, I think I saw your hand.
Yeah, once you have the mariculture products to put out, how do you prevent them from getting regrazed by urchins? And I presume that you've put them in places where you've reduced the urchin, but is it 100%? And how do you keep them from migrating in and chewing up your products?
Yeah, so we are planning to grow our mariculture products on these vertical mooring lines. And so there's a single point at the bottom where urchins could come up, and we're actually working on some really cool, innovative ways to keep them off. We're actually working with a materials scientist who's really into the marine field, who's 3D printing some sort of like, you imagine the squirrel guards that keep them off your bird feeders, urchin guards that are going to help them keep off that line. Copper is a good way that actually repels a lot of invertebrates and keeps things off. So taking advantage of that. And we're piloting it. There's a group in California out of Moss Landing Marine Labs that works with the Nature Conservancy. So they've been doing a lot of this work, and we're kind of following in their footsteps and seeing how we can adjust them to Oregon. But it is definitely going to be a learning experiment. We think, again, having this vertical system that keeps the kelp off the bottom. A lot of other places have horizontal lines near the bottom that they've seen predation on. So we're trying to reduce it sort of at the allowable amount, and then some of these more physical measures. But we'll see. They're certainly hungry critters. Andy.
Yeah, thanks for the great presentation. Actually, the slide you have up right now is the kind of genesis of my question, and that is that I would imagine that there might be a nice collaboration between the imagery you've collected in gray whale researchers for the Pacific Coast Feeding Group, knowing that they've had a pretty dramatic reduction over the last year or so, and people are hypothesizing that that is also potentially related to kelp not being there. So just wondering if you've had any conversations or collaborations with researchers that focus on whales off of the coast.
Yeah, we work with Lee Torres, and I'm super excited. We're trying to implement some of the long-term monitoring around whale prey mysids that she has been doing for like 10, 15 years. We're trying to bring some of that to one of our restoration sites so that we could try to keep track of do whale prey come back if you restore a kelp forest. So we work with Lee, but if there are other folks you think we should be in touch with, please let me know.
Yeah, thank you very much. Great presentation.
Yeah, thank you all so much for having us. And I think you saw our emails there at the end, so please feel free to reach out if you have follow-up questions.
Yeah, thanks everyone.
Thank you.
Cool, thanks. Thanks, you guys. I got in on it late, but I caught the tail end of it, so very good. Does anybody have any other questions? Nope. Okay. Andy, Tara, are we ready to move on to public comment?
I believe so. Yep.
Okay. Did we get any? I didn't see anything in the chat, but I wasn't sure if any one of you got a direct message regarding anybody who wanted to make public comment.
I had my Zoom meeting crash when I tried to start up again at 12:30. So if anybody had requested a public comment in the chat before then, I lost it. So if you could enter your desire to provide public comment into the chat, then we can get a queue going and start up.
Let's see, we have 30 people on, so this is definitely your time. If you want to talk about anything, talk to OPAC about anything we have on the agenda today, feel free. So far, I'm not seeing any takers. I guess we're not being controversial enough.
Joe, your hand raised?
Yeah, where are the governor's office people? Where is it Chandra Ferrari now or Karen? I just, it's frustrating to have these OPAC meetings when there's supposed to be a governor representative here and they don't show up. So I don't know if there's anything we can do to pressure that more, but it's something I think we need to make known to them.
Short answer is I'm not sure, Joe. We scheduled this when they were available, but that may have changed, and they have a large number of things that they are addressing at the moment, and I don't know why we don't have representation here.
Yeah. Now it's pretty crazy right now with anything in state or federal government, or I'm sure, but still, it's
Yeah, I know that they're meeting other groups now, so it's just it seems like the ocean stuff sometimes falls by the wayside. But anyway, I'll stop my ranting.
Nope, I understand. I mean, you and I think several others of us on OPAC are very ocean focused. So I mean that totally makes sense to us, but yeah, other people might not see it that way, or who knows? We'll just have to wait and see, I guess, and maybe ask them that when the next time they're here. Hopefully they can be here in October. Am I right? October?
Yeah.
Or October, yes. Okay. Oh, okay.
I might suggest that we not wait till October and write a letter or otherwise communicate to the governor's office the need for their presence at these meetings. But that would be up to the council.
I think that would be good, and we can talk about that under future, I want to say future workload planning, but that's my council hat. Future meeting planning at the end of the day. Does that sound okay? Okay, and I see Margaret said she would support that. And I'm not seeing any public comments. Or anybody wanting to speak to public comment about anything. So why don't we just keep moving? That is, if Melanie is here to talk about the OAH Council Action Plan. I don't know if she's here.
I am here, Susan. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Hi, are you ready to provide an update?
Yes, I am. Yes,
Okay.
give me just one moment here.
Excellent.
Okay, can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Yep.
Excellent. Okay, give me one moment. All right. So hello, everyone. My name is Melanie Bukovac, and I am the acting ocean acidification and hypoxia policy project leader with the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife and the OAH Council staff member. And as Susan mentioned, I am here today to talk about the Oregon Ocean Change Action Plan that the OAH Council is developing. So for those of you who are not familiar, the Oregon Coordinating Council on Ocean Acidification and Hypoxia, or the OAH Council, was established by Senate Bill 1039 in 2017. In 2019, the OAH Council produced the Oregon OAH Action Plan, which outlines actions for Oregon to take to adapt to and mitigate impacts of ocean acidification and hypoxia from 2019 through 2025. The Council has also produced 4 biennial reports providing updates to the Oregon legislature. Over the past 6 years, the OAH Council has facilitated or completed many of the actions recommended in the 2019 Action Plan and biennial reports. 3 of these efforts resulted in Oregon standing out as a global leader in research and responses to OAH and ocean change. And these would be monitoring pH in the Whiskey Creek shellfish hatchery to mitigate economic failure, the listing of Oregon waters as impaired for ocean acidification in the Department of Environmental Quality's draft 2024 integrated report, and awareness and collaboration with fishermen through 8, soon to be 9 OAH Fishermen Scientist Roundtables. Now we are developing the Oregon Ocean Change Action Plan, which builds upon and broadens the initial action plan by outlining strategies to address ocean change. To date, Oregon has addressed ocean change largely by addressing the impacts of ocean acidification and hypoxia through collaborations with state agencies, academia, federal agencies, and industries. Since OAH is just one of the many effects of climate change on our ocean, the OAH Council recommends that the focus be redirected to address ocean change. In this way, we can contribute to Oregon's, or we can continue Oregon's commitment to building solutions for ocean acidification and hypoxia impacts, while also broadening our efforts to address the wider range of ocean changes, such as marine heat waves and harmful algal blooms that are impacting our marine ecosystems and coastal communities. Ultimately, the Oregon Ocean Change Action Plan outlines strategies for both our government and individual Oregonians to help slow the impacts of ocean change and adapt to the changes that are already occurring. In the Oregon Ocean Change Action Plan, there are 5 priority actions that are shown here. Action 1 is to support activities and initiatives that promote adaptation and resilience to ocean change in Oregon's coastal communities and ecosystems. Action 2 is to advance scientific understanding by investing in Oregon's monitoring network to document oceanographic and biologic conditions and socioeconomic vulnerabilities to ocean change. Action 3 is to develop and integrate strategies to reduce excess carbon dioxide and other causes of ocean change. Action 4 is to communicate ocean change science, impacts, and solutions to raise awareness and support decision-making. And Action 5 is to continue sustained support for and mobilize state agencies and relevant climate councils and commissions to address ocean change. So diving into these a little bit further, each of these actions has underlying steps to help achieve them. So Action 1 here is our theme of promoting adaptation and resilience. And under this action, we have 3 different steps. Step 1 is for state agencies with academia and industry to identify strategies to protect, sustain, and restore native fish, shellfish, and wildlife populations and submerged aquatic vegetation in Oregon's estuaries and nearshore waters. So this could look like providing funding for projects such as productivity of nursery habitat for species valuable to the economy, such as shellfish, the restoration and protection of native species like seagrasses and kelp, as Orca just highlighted for us, as well as shellfish, those species that provide ecosystem services, restoration and protection of water quality throughout Oregon's estuaries and nearshore waters, as well as the economic resilience of Oregon's coastal communities and industries to ocean change. Step 2 is to allocate state funds to support data collection, analysis, and modeling to inform strategies that promote ecosystems that are resilient to ocean change. So this could be done by developing maps for submerged aquatic vegetation, such as seagrasses and kelp, as well as native oysters, or maps for areas for habitat protection and restoration. It could also be accomplished by conducting modeling of estuary and nearshore ecosystems, so perhaps looking into regions that could be considered for blue carbon or carbon mitigation projects, if such programs are developed in Oregon, or develop modeling to inform aquaculture practices in Oregon's bays and estuaries. Step 3 is for agencies to develop best management practices based on best available ecosystem and economic research as determined in the previous steps, focused on Oregon's estuaries and nearshore waters. So examples of these BMPs that may be developed include aquaculture, coastal development and infrastructure, and dredging. Action 2 is our theme of understanding or advancing scientific understanding. So step 1 under this action is to allocate state funds to new and existing oceanographic research sites to monitor Oregon's changing ocean. And this could be done by allowing oceanographic monitoring to continue in Yaquina Bay and Tillamook Bay, as well as allowing intertidal and subtidal oceanographic monitoring in Oregon's marine reserves to continue, which Laura mentioned during her presentation and were funded by OOST. It could also be done by establishing new oceanographic monitoring sites in areas such as the South Coast, like Coos Bay and Port Orford. Step 2 is to allocate state funds to invest in monitoring of biological and ecological responses to changing ocean conditions. This could be done by allowing biological and chemical monitoring to continue for the Newport hydrographic line, by continuing to use the assessment methodologies for marine waters developed by DEQ, by increasing the capacity for ODFW's shellfish and estuary assessment team to increase frequency and spatial scale of their shellfish and submerged aquatic vegetation observations, as well as augmenting funding for ODFW's fishery independent surveys to continue adding data on Oregon's changing nearshore waters. Step 3 is to allocate state funds to a socioeconomic vulnerability assessment to determine Oregon's vulnerabilities to ocean change, and then to use the results from that assessment to inform decision-making and future investments. Action 3 is to reduce causes. Step 1 is to work with the Governor's Natural Resource Office to establish regular communication and coordination with state agencies and relevant climate-associated groups to address excess carbon dioxide and other ocean change stressors locally and globally. So this would look like continuing coordination with all of the state agencies working to reduce CO2, as well as continuing coordination with groups such as the Oregon Climate Action Commission, OOST, you all with OPAC, Oregon's four-year universities, as well as groups like the Pacific Coast Collaborative, International Alliance to Combat Ocean Acidification, and the West Coast Ocean Alliance. Step 2 is to allocate state funds to support scientific research, leading to recommendations on effective and efficient ways to reduce and remove excess CO2 in estuaries and nearshore waters. Example research projects would include marine carbon dioxide removal and blue carbon, if those projects are pursued in Oregon. And step 3 is that relevant state agencies implement the recommendations to reduce and remove excess CO2 in estuaries and nearshore waters and encourage action as identified in the previous step. Action 4 was to expand public awareness. So step 1 under this action is to broaden the existing OAH communications plan, which is shown here and also was funded by OOST, to encompass ocean change and that state agencies and climate-related councils and commissions implement this communications plan and other outreach materials to communicate ocean change science, impacts, and solutions. And a goal of this would be to use that communication plan and outreach materials to promote local sustainable seafood. Step 2 is for state agencies and climate-related councils and commissions to provide timely updates to the Oregon legislature, other policymakers, and affected communities to inform decisions on how best to invest in ocean change research, adaptation, and mitigation. These timely updates were previously made through the OAH Council biennial reports. The most recent report from last October is shown here. And lastly, action 5 is to continue sustained support. So step 1, the governor issues a unifying policy urging relevant state agencies and relevant climate councils and commissions to consider the work they are doing and their plans to address ocean change priorities in the context of this action plan. The Governor's Natural Resource Office provides leadership, step 2 is that the Governor's Natural Resource Office provides leadership, coordination, and policy guidance to agencies on ocean change action priorities. Step 3 is for state agencies to implement measures to fill gaps as described in Agency Ocean Change Planning, identified in Step 1, and in alignment with the Oregon Climate Adaptation Framework and the Oregon Climate Action Roadmap to 2030 shown here. And that would be done with direction from the Oregon Climate Action Commission and with consultation from the Governor's Natural Resource Office. So this step could be done by updating and extending the 2021 multi-agency report on OAH programs and needs, which is shown here, so that it is more inclusive of ocean change and updated to include other relevant agencies such as the Department of Education and the Department of Transportation. And lastly, step 4 is to continue coordination on ocean change. So here is our rough timeline of the action plan approval. We're currently in the drafting stages of the action plan and reviewing it with the OAH Council. We're targeting to have this completed by June 30th. Then it'll go over to the governor's office for their review, after which point we will update the action plan. The OAH Council will provide their final edits. Then we'll open it up to public comment. And we're hoping to have it published in January 2026. And with that, I will open it up to any comments and questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Melanie. I thought that was really great. I really liked the slide you showed. I think it was the second or third one in. That had the impacts with the mountains and the ocean.
Oh yes, the infographic.
The infographic. Thank you. Yes, that is really good. That really brought it all home to me. So
thank you, Susan.
Yeah. I mean, even though I knew a lot of this stuff in my head, that just really tied it together. So, anybody else? Comments or questions for Melanie? Is it after lunchtime and we need coffee?
Well, I guess I would chime in to say, there is opportunity for OPAC members and members of the public to participate in, future OH Council meetings to review the plan ahead of time before it ends up going to the governor's office. So, I will work with Melody to make sure that any public OAH Council meetings are noticed and shared with this group. So,
perfect.
Thanks, Andy.
Yeah, and Tara, go ahead.
Oh yeah, Tara.
Thanks. Yeah, I was just going to say I really appreciated the presentation and the clarity and how you presented the priority actions, and just really well done and very clear, which is probably why you're not getting a ton of questions, because it was really well done. And yeah, I think we'd all be interested in continuing to hear updates and being involved. So Andy, appreciate, those going out to our list as they have in the past. So
yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, Tara.
Definitely. Okay.
There's a question in the chat too, actually.
Oh, I didn't see that. Thank you. Is the OAH Council considered changing the name of the council to be Ocean Change Council?
Yeah, so this is kind of the elephant in the room, I guess. Currently, the ODFW budget has the OAH Council staff position slated for reduction. And this was passed forward in the governor's recommended budget as well. So we're kind of in a holding pattern right now until we know more about the agency budgets.
Okay. Thank you. Natalia, go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks, Melanie. I'm wondering, do you coordinate the Section Ocean Action Plan with the Oregon Climate Action Commission report that they just issued in December 2024, and they have roadmap climate action roadmap by 2030, because this ocean action plan directly relate to ocean conditions, CO2 emissions, and sea level rising. So I'm wondering if there is coordination work between them. Thanks.
Definitely. Thanks, Natalia, for your question. So yes, we have been in contact with the Oregon Climate Action Commission, in the discussions on path forward for the OAH Council. And OCAC is very excited about the opportunity to adopt recommendations from our action plan that the OAH Council is making. And we're hoping that they will be able to use recommendations that we provide in climate planning moving forward.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you. Sorry, I lost connection there for a minute. Was there any other questions?
No other questions, Susan. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Melanie. In that case, let's see, what do we have next? TSP Part 3, Rocky Habitat with Eva Krukowski. Eva.
Great, thank you. Andy, would you mind sharing the slides if it
Yes.
works with your bandwidth?
I will do that. Just 1 second. Page through here. Okay. Are you seeing my screen now, Eva?
Yes, thank you. All right. Well, thank you, everyone. Thank you to the chairs, and thanks for the council for all your support and Rocky Habitat work in the past. So my name is Eva Krukowski. I'm the Rocky Habitat Projects Coordinator at the Department of Land Conservation and Development. And I've spoken to you before about this work, and I know you all are very familiar with the history. So I'm going to give a brief update about where we are in the project work, share a sort of updated timeline for this work, and then discuss some ideas about where we go from here moving forward. All right, next slide, please. So this photo is from the ribbon cutting down at Coquille Point Marine Garden in Bandon, and everyone in the blue sweatshirts are from the Shoreline Education for Awareness group. The ribbon cutting was for some new interpretive signage panels. There are 2 panels that were put up last fall, and there's another panel, interpretive panel, that's still in design, that will talk about Indigenous history and connections to Rocky Habitat ecosystems. So this was a really huge event, and sort of a a milestone for moving these management plans forward. And in terms of planning for management plans for all of the sites, have progress moving forward. And just a reminder on some of the goals for these management plans, we're drafting 8 individual plans for the new sites that were designated. And these plans will serve as a coordinating mechanism for groups with interest in the sites. So for example, coastal tribes, nonprofit organizations, conservation groups, government agencies, researchers, and also local schools. These plans will be a living document that will be updated periodically. And our goal is to incorporate adaptive management tools and goals. We will incorporate long-term community science and data collection goals. And a sort of longer-term goal is to make sure that these plans and these sites can work together, and groups on the coast will hopefully leave this process with a stronger network up and down the coast. And I think that some of the biggest progress that's been made so far is just sort of really strengthening the coastwide connection of groups and communities who are working in these habitats. All right, I think next slide, please. Thank you. All right, so I'm excited to share with you all just a draft plan outline for these new plans. Not all of them might look exactly like this, but the concept we have going right now is the first chapter will be information, sort of a site background with information about the marine ecosystem, the different regulations at play with the with this designation type. We'll have information about public access for each of the sites individually, and then just sort of general site information. And so the chapter 1 will kind of be a little bit more informational. And then chapter 2 will go into specific site goals for the different areas of management strategies. So we'll discuss goals with monitoring, through community science and also long-term research in the areas, education and outreach goals, interpretation goals, and compliance and enforcement goals. And then finally, we'll touch on ideas for how these plans can be evaluated in the future. And chapter 3 will include things like maps and outreach materials and sort of a long collection of external links, linking out to other resources and groups that do this kind of work. All right, next slide, please. All right, so I mentioned we have sort of an updated timeline. I'm happy to share that the project for the grant period for this project was approved for a no-cost extension through the end of the year. And so it's very exciting. We originally were thinking we would maybe have to wrap up the work earlier this year, but we're happy to have the plan the project extended. So with that extension, we have kind of adjusted some of the review timeline for the site management plans. And I've shared this with you in case you want to follow more closely. I'm happy to share some of the individual drafts with you along the way. So just to make things a little bit easier for myself and for our partners, I've grouped the 8 plans into 3 categories: the North Coast plans, Central Coast, and the South Coast plans. And so following this timeline on the top row here, we'll planning on having a review of the South Coast plan drafts starting in June. And this darker blue bar here is the review period for the proposal team. So individuals and people who are a part of the original proposal draft and review team. Many of you on the council were involved in this work. We'll have the proposal team have sort of a longer review process for the first drafts. And then after 2 weeks, we'll share the plans with all of the Rocky Habitat partners. We have a group of about 30 people who meet monthly that are a part of the Rocky Habitat Partners group. And so we'll meet in June to discuss the South Coast plans, and we'll provide that time to review those. And then following down the Central Coast plans, we'll review kind of mid-June to mid-July, and we'll meet in July to discuss the Central Coast plans. And lastly, the North Coast plans, we will have a meeting in August with the partners to discuss those plans, and the proposal team will start their review in July. In the fall, just as a reminder, we had 5 meetings. That was sort of the first series of our public workshops to discuss these plans. And so for our second series of workshops, we will have host virtual workshops, probably another 5 rounds with the meeting with the same sites at each meeting, but we haven't nailed down the details quite yet. But we'll host those virtual workshops later this summer. And then if the timing and the resources and the grant allow for it, we would like to have another in-person event later this fall to kind of more of celebrate the process and celebrate kind of the rolling out of the site management plans. And so we'll discussed with the partners to see what maybe would make sense, possibly one event celebrating all the sites in a central location on the coast, or we might have, you know, an event up in Cannon Beach and then an event down into the South Coast. So then just finally, for the last phase of this process, after we receive comments from the partners and the proposal team and our agency partners, we will you know, review the plans and include sort of all the comments. And then we're hoping to have all of the final plans available online to the public at the in the beginning of December. And if you have interest in specific sites or specific regions, I'm happy to share the plans with you along the way. Otherwise, I encourage you to come to any of the public meetings and just be involved in the process as you wish. All right, next slide, please. All right, and Andy, just, you know, this slide has one very fancy animation, and so I will let you know when to go to it. So we have been drafting regulation signage. Laurel Hillman with OPRD has been working really hard on developing the layout and the text for the regulation signs. She's been working with her communications team at OPRD. So we now have 8 new drafts of the regulation signs for the new Rocky habitats, the new designated sites. And the signs were, we went through a review process with staff at DLCD, ODFW, and OPRD. This is a general idea of what the signs will look like. And you can go to click on the next animation, Andy. Thank you. And so our newest innovation for these signs is to have a QR code. This code currently goes to the Oregon Tide Pools website, just the homepage. But our hope for the future is to design individual landing pages for each of the sites. And this landing page would basically be an informational web page housed within the Oregon Tide Pools website that would have more detailed information about the regulations for each site, the associated OARs, Oregon Administrative Rules, more general information, including a map with site boundaries. We want someone who's visiting the site and potentially if they, would like to harvest, they want to make sure that they're following the appropriate rules. So we link out to the ODF&W sport regulations booklet. And then it's also, because it's a web page, we have lots of opportunities to link out to other informational resources. We can share information about tide pool etiquette and things like that. And then finally, these signs right now are going through a review process with our partners, our Rocky Habitat partners, and we're actually meeting tomorrow to discuss more about that. All right, next slide, please. And I've shared about this a little bit in the past, but one other aspect of this project is to develop outreach and educational materials. And so one way that this looks like is our updated website that Andy walked us through a little bit earlier. A new feature on the updated Oregon Ocean Information website is individual site pages. And so there are in total 22 designated Rocky Habitat protected areas. And so we have 22 site pages for all of these designated sites. And on all of these site pages, there will be information about the site management plans, regulations. Hopefully we can include boundary maps to most of these things that might be interesting, like species lists, how people can get involved in site monitoring and interpretation. In terms of other outreach materials we're considering, in the future, we would like to do more coordination with partners like ACFA, possibly partnering with local chambers of commerce to share about ways that we can share more information about these sites in local businesses. And then finally, we're also working with some educators on the coast. There's a group down in near Black Lock Point at the Pacific High School in Langlois. And there's a high school science teacher that's really interested in bringing her students out to Black Hawk Point and participating in some kind of site monitoring, particularly up on the headland and along the trail in the area there. And I'm curious to hear feedback from you if you have ideas about how what these outreach materials could look like, what you've in your experience is missing. Very, curious to hear your feedback on that. All right, next slide, please. All right, so we're moving and want to shift gears a little bit and talk about where we are. I mentioned we have in total 22 designated Rocky Habitat protected areas. The most recent, the most recent 8 sites that were designated came from a public process that went through OPAC. And so we have, the council has the option to reopen the proposal process to, open a call for new protected areas, and also possibly evaluating sites that are currently designated. And so, this is an interesting process and could be a longer conversation. And so the next couple of slides, I just sort of want to share some ideas about how we could go about having this conversation. All right, next slide, please. So the last map showed the 22 designated Rocky Habitat protected areas. The map here on the right shows the 5 marine reserves and associated marine protected areas. But the list goes beyond that. In fact, there is also other places off the ocean that, or off the shoreline that have different levels of protection. So for example, there's the Stonewall Bank Yellow Eye Rockfish Conservation Area. Pyramid Rock on the south coast has some regulations associated with it. And then as well as our U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service protected areas like Three Arch Rocks and the 1,853 rocks, reefs, and offshore islands that are a part of the Oregon Islands National Wildlife Refuge. So, what do we make of this? There's a lot of different types of protected areas on the coast. And we wanted to kind of pose the question, how do we balance the goals of all of these different marine managed areas with their different levels of protection, their varying stages of establishment and community engagement? And how do we sort of balance all of those goals into one overall marine conservation goal for Oregon? So we'd like to bring this idea to the council to hear your thoughts on it. And the reason why we're sort of posing this question now is as we are considering the option of potentially reopening a proposal period, it could be helpful to have a unified marine conservation goal to dictate what that next process could look like. All right, next slide, please. So I wanted to introduce one model, one idea of how we could possibly analyze all of these different protected areas on the coast. And so this graphic comes from the Marine Protected Area Guide, or the MPA Guide. And the MPA Guide is a resource that was developed over many years. There actually is a connection with some Oregon State University professors, Professor Kirsten Garud-Colvert in the Department of Integrative Biology, also Professor Anna Spalding with the School of Public Policy at OSU. And so this was sort of actually an international effort to develop this marine policy guide, or sorry, Marine Protected Area Guide. And this graphic is showing two ways that a marine protected area can be analyzed. And so one is comparing the level of protection with the stage of establishment. So, excuse me, the stages of establishment are proposed or committed by a government or other organizing body. Next would be designated by, a legal or other effective means. next would be implemented with regulations that are active. And so I would identify the current 8 new Rocky habitat areas as implemented. And then finally, adaptively managed with ongoing monitoring and adaptive management efforts. And then compared with the levels of protection, sort of clarify how well an MPA is protected. And so, for example, the 4 levels of protection that this guide uses are minimally protected, lightly protected, highly protected, and fully protected. And their website and their guide goes into more detail about how these are defined. But this is one model that we could use in order to determine how much of the Oregon Ocean is protected and what does that conservation look like. And then are we satisfied with that? Is there room for improvement? And really the question that we'd like to bring to you is what more data would be helpful to have this conversation going forward? And we'd really like to be able to work on this for you for potentially the next time we meet or the next time the council meets in order to have a more structured conversation about it. All right, and Andy, I don't know if there's anything else you would like to add, but I think that's most of what I have prepared for this conversation, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Eva. I think the last things that I would add are that it's been a great process where we have continued to engage with the communities that proposed these new designations, and we feel that that has been especially fruitful. On the flip side, that has been something that our partner agencies, ODFW, OPRD, et cetera, they have wanted to stay engaged and participate with us at the same time, which makes then the challenge of how do we initiate and conduct a future proposal process during a time where we are already capacity limited. So I think one of the recommendations that I would provide is that while we are continuing to work with our partner agencies on the development of site management plans, that we don't initiate the next process and add more capacity needs to those agencies at the same time. So that would mean that I don't want to initiate a next proposal process until these site management plans are complete. And given your timeline, that's kind of the spring of next year at the earliest. But if we're trying to do prep work and assessments and analysis, it may be a little further out. So that would be a consideration for the council that I would like you to take into consideration. Okay, I'm gonna stop my share so I can see everyone. We got a couple questions in the chat, so I think we'll just go to Joe and then Jamie, if that was the right order.
I think Jamie first.
Okay, Jamie.
Yeah, I agree, Andy. You took the words right out of my mouth. I don't think we should open up the process until we have a good understanding of that last section that Eva produced on that graphic that shows active management is going to be less on some and much more on others, which is going to be telling for how much capacity that these things are going to require. So that's all I have to say.
I had a couple comments. One is that there is currently legislation that could provide a bit more capacity to the if it's to this program if it's passed. Of course we don't know. It's HB 3587, and it's going to be a tough year to pass anything that has a price tag on it. But I would think that that could shift what you're talking about right now, Andy, potentially. So maybe we need to see what happens there in the next couple of months. And then I also know that I like the idea of trying to assess the different levels of conservation, the different types of protections we already have on the coast, and using that to help define in the future where we go for other considerations, like similar considerations. The other big kind of thing that would be ideal, and of course it would take funding, but is important, is to reassess the sites on the coast that had originally been designated in 1994. And when the Rocky Habitat process was reinitiated, there just wasn't simply money available to kind of do a relook at an inventory of the biodiversity in all of these areas, to really then use that to help guide the public and others on what are the most priority sites to designate. So I just wanted to make sure that, number one, there is a bill out there that could increase capacity, and number two, that I agree that we do need to do some type of overall assessment to figure out what our marine conservation goals are. But we shall also remember that we do really need to do another inventory for some of these places. It's been like 30+ years now. Those are my two thoughts. I don't know if that really answers anything, but just creates more context to the conversation, I think.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. On the idea of doing another Rocky Habitat inventory similar to the 1994 inventory, I think that is a long-term need that I would certainly support. And if, for example, the Ocean Science Trust were to receive funding out of the legislature or via some other means, I think that is would be a high priority item that, you know, if we have the ability to, you know, enter a request for proposal process, that would be, I think, one that I would really support. So certainly, you know, how we can improve our observations of the near shore. Clearly that is a priority for the state moving forward. And the last point I would make is that if House Bill 3587 passes and some additional capacity is provided, you know, that would really provide a permanent position at DLCD, you know, to kind of continue Eva's work forward for whoever would be successful in receiving that. And it would also provide a small amount of funding for local communities, but that doesn't also provide additional support for OPRD or ODF&W, and you know, having their participation is very important moving forward. So there still may be capacity limitations within those agencies, and I can let them speak for themselves, but that's something that I've heard.
I just to respond to that really quick, there is language in the bill that to move forward with the potential for, you know, adding, deleting, or amending sites. So just to let you know that it's part of the package there.
Yep.
And thank you, Eva, for putting the that question in the chat. Seeing that after you finish speaking helps me think about it a little bit more. Even though I don't have any response right now, I'm still be thinking about it. So anybody else? Or does anybody want to respond to the question in the chat? Tara.
Yeah, I guess this is at least a two-step process perhaps, but the first one being doing that work that you sort of laid out, and what kind of data we would need to think about having a goal, and sort of the ideas of the, you know, stage, I think, was it stage of establishment and the level of protection, and just having a map of our coast and having a better, broader understanding. And, you know, I think there is pretty good science on the idea of needing, like, you know, protection across the landscape, not just in little areas, and making sure that you're protecting all sorts of areas and different biodiversity. But I think that like that very basic level of, I mean, I say basic, it's probably a lot of work, but that level of data that we could see and assess, to then in service of setting potentially some sort of goal for the state around conservation. Of course, we all know there's like international goals on this, you know, percentage of protections. I know the state of California has established that in the state. So I think there's a lot here that OPAC could certainly start taking up and discussing, but having that initial assessment would be super important, to even have our baseline understanding of where we're at, where Oregon's at.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Tara. That's very helpful.
Yeah, go ahead, Fran.
So we're in a way different time now. There's extinctions going on everywhere. The oceans are challenged. If we go back and look at any baseline data and where we are now, I'm sure biodiversity has probably decreased. And you've seen presentations, I think, probably from Bruce Menge's lab, that tide pools are pretty much winking out. And or some species are winners, but it's a very, very awful time for the biodiversity crisis. So yeah, we can establish goals. What we really need is more funding for people to help manage what we have and enforce rules and try to do what we can to just reduce stressors on these rocky shores or intertidal or subtidal environments. And funding, if it doesn't come from the legislature, which is, you know, maybe it will, but that's hard. But there's going to be some even more challenges coming up. ODOT is moving forward with trying to riprap along 101 major stretches of the Oregon Coast Highway because of sea level rise. So are there opportunities there for mitigation? What is ODOT going to do to mitigate for the loss of public beaches and impacts, you know, increased erosion from the, you know, from the reverberations off the, you know, the scouring that comes from riprap? So, you know, it may be a role for maybe the Rocky Shores Group, if not OPAC, but to look at trying to find creative ways to fund some of these really urgent management and enforcement needs. And that was one of the reasons I asked about the mitigation for the impacts to Driftwood State Park. And if we have offshore wind and wave energy, offshore and onshore impacts, what do we do? How do we leverage these impacts to get to some of the support we need to do what we can do to protect whatever we can have left? So anyway, that's my thought. And the ODOT riprapping of, I don't know how many miles of the coast they're thinking of now. In Beverly Beach alone, it's like a 6-mile area. So anyway, that's my thought. Maybe, you know, if we all work together, we could put some pressure on some of the mitigation that's going to be needed to fund some of the work we need to be done to protect these small conservation areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Fran. I see Jamie put something in the chat as well. It was helpful. Any other comments?
Well,
No.
I have a question
Andy.
for the council, not a comment, and that is, you know, as state agencies, we are trying to be responsive to council directives and and planning. We have kind of through this work, kind of made it clear that there may be capacity limitations until at least the spring of next year to initiate another proposal process. And so I think we would like to hear the council's opinion on, holding off on starting a next process until at least that point in time. We certainly have plans not to be idle in the interim. For example, we do have plans for creating a geospatial assessment of conservation areas within the Oregon Territorial Sea. And we've initiated that work by going back and basically ensuring that as we cartographically and geospatially represent these areas, we are doing so accurately with the right shorelines. And we will be moving forward to create kind of a marine conservation area GIS layer so that we can intersect subtidal habitat maps with that data set, and that would form the foundation of that marine conservation area assessment. So we certainly have plans to be working behind the scenes, but that wouldn't be a part of any public, next proposal process. So just would like to have the council officially say, yes, we're okay postponing any next site proposal process until at least that time. And I think we could have an agenda item on the fall meeting agenda that we delve deeper into some of the things that we're finding and what the council may want to have as any sort of a next goal. But we want that to be data driven, and so we would want to work to pull something together so that we can have an informed discussion at that time. So with that being said, I see Joe's either got a question or a comment, but I'd love to have kind of council voicing of timelines that we should be thinking about. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, well, I can voice my opinion on your ask to OPAC from my perspective. I do want to say that I get a little worried about kicking the can more and more down the road. We've already postponed it twice. I get that we're in a different world. There's limited capacity, so I totally get that. Just don't want this to be a pattern for years, hopefully. But that said, I am fine with postponing it, but I do feel that while it's being postponed, that work you said, Andy, needs to get done, and there should be timelines around that. And because I think, the way Tara framed it makes sense. There's a two-step process to Eva's question of what are the marine conservation goals. There's kind of a mapping exercise to make sure we get all those areas on one map and then rank them in terms of their level of protection. And then we can start to have a conversation on where are the needed places to go next or not. So I feel like if we are going to delay it, then my ask is to make sure that we get that map done and give us a date and maybe even have a workshop around it for like not just OPAC, but others to provide feedback. And I'm probably missing some thoughts here, but that's my general thought right now.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. I think if we made the fall OPAC meeting a goal to bring something back to you, we may not have had a workshop out of it by then, but maybe that spawns directions for a workshop as to how to move forward after that. So certainly, I think establishing that timeline and set of goals to get to the next kind of perspective, overlook, and review is really important. And that got a lot of hands raised. So I think it's good fodder for conversation. And I didn't track whose hand was up first, although I think I saw Margaret, but
Yep, I think so too. Margaret, go ahead.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm agree. I'm not a huge fan of kicking the can down the road, but I do understand, like Joe just mentioned. I think I'm a little puzzled over kind of the work that DLCD is doing, and then like the Rocky Habitat process, which seems to be more community driven. So I'm trying to understand, like, like that work is really driven by like what community members are wanting and what they're also seeing. It's not that it's not data driven, it's just like their own unique experience, like in those places, and it's their kind of like their data that they're seeing, their observations, and that's like they're formalizing their nomination. So I want to make sure that like we're not gonna exclude locations that we think are not priority locations, but the communities find them to be priority locations. I just wanted to voice that. I'm not sure that that's what anyone was saying at all. I want to make that clear, but I need to just voice that out loud in case anyone was kind of thinking about that.
Yeah, thank you, Margaret. I was not thinking in that regard. The goal of Section E of Part 3, as I believe we put it, was that the state was committed to the principles of adaptive management in these areas. And these are areas to focus stewardship, but they're also areas of opportunity to focus additional capacity for observing potential changes. And we did include specific verbiage that says either addition, modification, or deletion of areas if it's discovered that they're not functioning as they were designed. So just laying that out there to go back to the idea that adaptive management should be us committing to review kind of where we are in these places, committing to understanding that they're functioning as intended. And if they're not, let's figure out what to do to respond. Okay, Eva, go ahead.
Thank you. I just posted the Section E from the Territorial Sea Plan Part 3 in case anyone would like to review it. I might have lost some of my train of thought before I put my hand up, but I think I wanted to respond to Joe's comment about the workshop idea of bringing this, talking about this in another public setting. And I wanted to just share the names again of the professors who worked on the MPA guide. And Andy and I spoke a little bit earlier today about potentially having an opportunity of inviting Professor Garud Colvert and Professor Spalding to talk more about this MPA work with OPAC members. And so, I haven't reached out to them at all, but it's nice to know that research has been done at OSU, and so it is potentially a nexus there to have a deeper conversation about this type of work. And so if that's something you're interested in, Andy and I could look into coordinating something like that.
I think maybe one of the other points that I'll bring into the conversation is that management of our marine resources happens in several different ways. And our ODF&W staff have offered to kind of brief the council on the actions that they take regularly that may have spatial footprints. They're not officially designed as marine protected areas and that kind of a vernacular, but the actions that they take do protect species and have conservation value in a number of different ways. So in addition to MPAs having a kind of criteria guide for how effective they are, how they're being implemented, et cetera, there are other effective conservation measures that do happen in geographic space. And so thinking about those measures together with the toolbox associated with marine protected areas, I think is important and goes to the broad vision of Oregon having healthy marine resources over time. These things are acting together. They're functioning as a system together. And so, you know, that is one of the other perspectives that I do want to bring into the conversation as we potentially move forward on part 3 work. So yeah, Lisa, you have your hand raised.
I just wondered if Andy or Eva might want to touch on another part of Margaret's comment, which is just sort of understanding the difference of what we're doing, you know, here versus the management plans, which are community driven, and where we sit in the mix of all that. How
Yeah, that is
all comes together.
Thank you, Lisa. That's a good point. And I think the state role is to provide the landscape scale perspective on how our nearshore marine environment is doing. And within that picture, you may have very specific community involvement, observation, stewardship happening at a much smaller geographic scale. But for them to understand how their community is relating to the broader vision of Oregon having healthy marine resources, you know, we do want to just provide that coast-wide assessment of and take stock of you know what is our investment in marine conservation as a state. How do all of these things interact with each other? So certainly by no means is what we are going to do. I think I don't want to say overly direct, but you know, we did ask our communities in particular to help us understand what their needs were. We don't have any, you know, drive to go back there, with the exception of let's make sure that all of these are functioning as that they were intended, and do that review on a more regular cycle than, you know, the time cycle the Territorial Sea Plan was amended on, which was 30-something years. So things are changing quick. Let's try and make sure that our capacity as humans to keep up with those is supported as much as possible. Yeah, Jamie?
The other thing that came to mind was in the process of designating a site, actually puts more focus on it. And if it's a very remote site and gets little use, human use, then it is de facto protected. And there should be some data collection that points to the difference. If it was designated, will it get more and need more management to keep it protected? So that could be, I don't know how you do that, but probably just visitorship, however you can anecdotally or scientifically figure that out.
Yeah, thank you, Jamie. Certainly that was a discussion that we had in the first proposal process going through. So yeah, Eva, and then Margaret.
Yeah, thank you for mentioning that, Jamie, and it's very much reflected in a lot of the conversations that we had during the fall workshop series of some of these smaller sites, particularly Black Point. You know, it's much more remote, and now there's new attention brought to it. And so I think, you know, part of the balance of this process is hearing what the needs are from the community that stewards or would like to steward these sites, and then balancing that with, you know, does that align with the community's long-term monitoring goals at the site as well? And so I think it's a very interesting question, and I'm sure we'll continue to be a part of the conversation, particularly in future proposal processes. And I think, thank you, Lisa and Margaret, for bringing up the question about community capacity and, you know, having this sort of top-down analysis approach along with sort of the bottom-up proposal process. And I think that they can go hand in hand, and the sort of geospatial analysis and creating this mapping layer of the current designated sites that Andy was talking about, you know, is by no means would exclude places. I think based on where places have already been protected, I think it's helping to make a more kind of efficient and easier to understand the places that are already designated. And I think I wasn't an employee during the proposal process, but from reviewing a lot of the work that happened during that time, I think we learned a lot during that public proposal process. And so I think, you know, part of our desire to have a coordinated goal going into the second process could actually help communities have a more coherent and easier time proposing sites, because it was very time consuming for community members who put up these proposals together. You know, it was hundreds of hours that community groups and individuals in some cases, looking at Fran, you know, put their own time into doing this. And so, you know, as much as we can support that process, I think it'll be beneficial for everyone. Thank you.
So I think I saw Margaret and then Tara.
Love that way that you just kind of laid that out with the top down and like the bottom up approaches, like complementing each other. It just like, that's what I needed to kind of just confirm out loud, and I appreciate you doing that. And I loved how you elaborated just on the efficiency sort of element of it. Everybody's like, you know, using a lot of their time, and to make sure that that is also good use. And I just wanted to reflect on a little bit of Jamie's comment, and I totally understand the idea that of de facto protection, but, you know, I worked for a tribe for a number of years, and, you know, protection of cultural resources is, you know, like of critical importance. Those are finite resources that tribes have, and they might be archaeological sites that, you know, like you don't want to draw attention to, but there are times in which, you know, that you don't, that something's protected until it's not protected anymore. And all of a sudden, when you want that protection, you might not have the time, or the window might not be there for you to come forward and, you know, protect it in time. And so I would just say it's a challenge that I think we all face, people who really are interested in like making sure that those places and pieces of those places are protected for future, you know, users and enjoyers and all those things. But I just want to reflect that it's so difficult, Jamie, to know if you're making the right call to like protect something and nominate it, or to not. And I think you know what I'm talking about, but it can be a challenge. So I just wanted to share some of my thoughts about that.
Thank you, Margaret. Tara.
Forgot I had my hand up. But I think Margaret just kind of said what I was gonna say on the like that idea of like protecting something and drawing attention to it, but at the same time, I mean, I'm just thinking my own experience going down to Northern California at 10 years apart, and it was wildly different experience. The amount of visitorship we're seeing in more remote places and on the Oregon coast is just increasing significantly. And I do think we're at a moment where we need to start looking at protections, because I can't, it just was like things were trampled. It was amazing. It was completely different world from when I went down 10 years ago. And just, it was stark. And I was taking my kids for the first time, you know, and it's like, that's their experience of that place. But for me, it was a completely different experience 10 years before. So I just know that, you know, we are increasing in population, but also visitorship. These places are out there, the internet, like Instagram, like people are out there, they'll find it, you know? So I feel like there's very few little hidden gems anymore. But I think Margaret said it very well too. If you get to a point where suddenly you're like, oh no, we need to protect this place. And now it's either we might have already lost, you know, some of what we needed to protect. So I thought that was just wanted to put that out there from a personal experience that I just had last summer. And then also to ask Andy if we needed any formal direction from the council to DLCD, or if this conversation is enough to say that we're okay delaying, or do you need some sort of formal motion from us or anything?
That's a great question. I think I can take your direction from this conversation. I think there was general consensus that we don't want to put this off, you know, unreasonably, but that we also need to respect agency capacity to do our work program to a degree that is professional and satisfactory. So, yeah, I think I don't need an official motion to say let's start it at the next time. But let's put a fall agenda item on the OPAC meeting that follows up on this. It can follow. We can hopefully present our marine conservation area GIS assessment to you all and begin the conversation around how we might use that moving forward. Yeah, Joe?
Yeah, I just wanted to get a sense from you on your capacity for that map making exercise for fall. Is that something you have the GIS capacity for and staff capacity right now?
Yes, we do.
Okay. All right. Great.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Any last thoughts before we wrap this up? Good discussion. I think there's some good direction. And I'm not seeing any. Oops. Right back at you, Eva. Okay, it is 2:22. We were scheduled to take a break at 2:30. We'd like to keep the 2:45 p.m. time for our panelists. So we don't want to start that too early. Andy, Tara, what do you think about just taking a break until then?
Maybe let's come back 5 minutes earlier at 2:40.
Okay, yeah, we can kind of get oriented and
Yep.
easier. Okay, perfect. Take a
And
break.
those of you who are listed on the panel, if you have presentations or slides, you will be able to share them via Zoom if you'd like. I just request that you can send some of the presentations to us afterwards so that we can make those available. And if you don't have a presentation or slides, that's great as well. I have a single slide that has all of the panelists listed, and I think we can just run through them as they come up.
And I just wanted to make sure everyone saw Eva's awesome pun in the chat, and I'm sure it's not the first time she's made it.
You don't
But yeah,
always, you know, get
all
a
rock.
job that has lots of pun opportunities. So
Very good. Okay, we'll see you all back here at 2:40.
Sounds good.
Hello, Andy.
Hello.
think
I'm
it's-
gonna take us off screen sharing so we can see people come
Yep.
back on.
People are back. And we're going to go into the panel, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I hope everybody had a good break and got some coffee or water or tea or took the dogs out or whatever. I think this next panel is going to be very interesting. Talking about existing federally funded ocean research and management. We have Justin Ainsworth from ODF&W, Bob Cowan from the Hatfield Marine Science Center, Patricia Fox from South Slough Reserve, Jan Newton, the director of the Northwest Association of Networked Ocean Observatory Systems, and Lisa Phipps with the Oregon Coastal Management Program to talk about federally funded research and what's happening. Andy, did you have any other introduction before we turn it over to the panelists?
I think, Susan, maybe the framing that we discussed in the executive committee was trying to educate Oregon stakeholders and interests about the existing system that's in place and what's at risk if federal funding is significantly reduced. So that's the perspective we were hoping our guests would share and enlighten us as to kind of what the programs are that currently provide us with our suite of observing and management information. So thank you to all of our guests. Karina.
I'm not sure I see Jan here yet.
I don't see her yet either.
Yeah, okay. Just noticing.
Yep.
She may be very prompt and show up in 2 minutes.
That works too. So Andy, did you have any other slides besides this one or?
Nope, this is
Okay.
the one that I have to introduce us, and I can actually take it down when we have speakers, or I can leave it up and spotlight the speaker. So
Okay.
however you would prefer.
I don't know which of our panelists have presentations or not, but otherwise, I guess just start with Justin. I'd say leave the slide up unless he has something else to share,
Sounds good.
and then go down the list.
Okay, yeah, sure. Happy to get us kicked off. I don't have any slides prepared. Just wanted to go over a little bit of functions and some numbers and just to kind of set the stage. So first of all, just an introduction. My name is Justin Ainsworth. I manage the Marine Resources Program of ODF&W. So I am going to be focusing on Marine Resources Program, or MRP. I can't speak for the whole ODF&W agencies, so just keeping it to our program that does most of our work in the ocean and in estuaries. Just to kind of start off, I think I just want to give a sense of the size of our program. We have about 75 permanent employees. During the summertime, we hire seasonal positions and well over 100 people. Biennial budget is around $25 million. The different kind of function work that we do is kind of, we categorize it into maybe 5 different categories. That includes marine licensing and program operations, marine fisheries management, marine resources policy and management, marine resource assessment, marine fisheries monitoring and data management. So all of those different categories are associated with our different fund types. So on a biennium, we're looking at about $25 million to run the program. And when we're looking at that breakdown of that $25 million, about 40% comes from licensed dollars. So these are fishing licenses. Also in commercial fisheries revenue, permits, licenses, and ad valorem. So that's about 40%. Our federal funding is about 26% of our total budget for the Marine program. So looking at our last full biennium, our federal dollars were about $5.8 million. So if I were to look at that $5.8 million of federal money, break it down a little bit more for you, the largest portion of that federal dollars is to be under our monitoring. So this is most of our monitoring for our fisheries, collecting data from recreational and commercial fisheries. And resource assessment is another 12%. So that's about $700,000 per biennium. So resource assessment, what that includes is, conducting and supporting stock assessments, habitat assessments, designing harvest strategies that are, for sustainable fisheries. And then again, another portion of that federal dollars that contributes to the program is about 25% of the federal dollars to our program is for fisheries management. So fisheries management, as you can imagine, this group is responsible for fisheries policy development, public engagement and regulations, in-season management, marine fisheries. So this includes our state managed fisheries, regional fisheries that we work on through the Pacific Fishery Management Council, also the North Pacific Fishery Management Council. Fisheries management also includes international participation through PFMC and the International Pacific Halibut Commission. So in these federal dollars that come into ODF&W, as I mentioned, in a biennium is about 25% of our budget, $5.8 million last biennium. About 80% of that is through continuing grants. So these are grants that come to us typically on an annual basis, usually through the National Marine Fisheries Service, to support all of those different activities. So those activities could be, monitoring the recreational fisheries, commercial fisheries, like shrimp and ground fish. So about 80% are continuing. Some of these grant programs we've had for about per decade, some of them for like 40 years, for example. And then the other 20% of grants coming in from the federal government are what are more like the competitive grants that do that we would apply for doing different kinds of surveys or from our research needs. So and what people mostly think of when they think of a federal grants. So at this point, in terms of the question at hand, impacts the federal funding. Most of these grants are in the middle of agreements. At this point, not seeing any major impacts, reductions of the grants that are supporting this work. We are expecting competitive grants to be harder to come by, but we don't know exactly what that impact will be. I think the biggest impacts that we are seeing right now is the work that we do with federal partners, whether that be our work through the Pacific Fishery Management Council process, that people that have either been laid off or taking early retirement, so they just reduce capacity on some of that work. We're aware of several positions at National Marine Fisheries Service that have been reduced or early retirements that will affect our participation on developing strategies around whale entanglement and reducing them. And these processes include our take reduction team, which is a regional process to address whale entanglements in crab fisheries and sablefish fisheries. So the federal employees that are involved in them, with fewer of them available, so we're concerned about those impacts. So I guess just in summary, just a lot of indirect impacts to our agency right now. So. But that's kind of the intro that I wanted to provide about our overall budget, just really quickly, and impact of federal funding.
Okay, thank you, Justin. Yeah, I know you and I talked about budgets a while ago, but the numbers that you broke down, I thought was really interesting. And my dog's barking, so I'm gonna go on.
Justin, is there any concern that those continuing grants are at risk, or what is the process for renewing those? Are they really just open-ended, or is there any concern that some of that more significant pot of funding could be at risk, or has there been any indication?
Yeah, thanks for that question. That is a concern. It would just be kind of speculation at this point if they would be affected. We haven't heard any direct word that some of the grants that we have been receiving year after year after year. So whether they be impacted or not, hard to say. These grants, like I mentioned, most of that is going toward monitoring of the fisheries. Most of the fisheries have are federally managed species, so monitoring salmon catch and groundfish catch, and so those are necessary data points from the a federal perspective. So in a sense, the state's kind of a contractor collecting data for federal fisheries. So we're hoping that those aren't as impacted as some of the other grant programs are. So, Karina?
Yeah, I had a question, Justin. Which agency do those funds flow from? Commerce, NOAA?
Almost all of the ones for our continuing grants are through National Marine Fisheries Service.
Yeah,
they come through the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission as a kind of a in between, but yeah, most of them are National Marine Fisheries Service.
Just curious because of all the changes being proposed for, those line offices within NOAA and what that means, like the proposed movement to U.S. Fish and Wildlife for nymphs. And anyway, just pointing out that there are these movements and things going on, and the need to get Secretary Lutnick's approval for grants over 100,000 on contracts that have been impeding other things. So just
sure, yeah, that would be impactful if the agency did move, and also as you pointed out, the higher level of approvals that are required now is certainly causing some delays, and we're anticipating more delays in confirming that the grant money is available.
Cool. Any other questions? Okay, we might have more questions at the end, Justin, so we may come back to you. Let's see, next up, Bob Cowan. Are you online?
Yes, I am.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you. I'm Bob Cowan. I'm the Associate Vice President for Marine Research Operations at Oregon State University and the Director of the Hatfield Marine Science Center. I'm going to start off by saying I'm an optimist, and keep that in context of what I'm going to say, I guess. Opening is, I think science is in peril. We're already experiencing serious damage, and we need to think seriously about how we're going to be addressing this. And this discussion is one of the important starts of this. I'm going to tell you a little bit about some of the local impacts that we're already experiencing at Hatfield. As a little background for everyone, we have not only the Oregon State University side of operations, that's about 220 people. We also have 5 state and federal agencies, which together encompass about another 200 people. Mostly scientists and research support staff. Already at these different agencies at Hatfield, we have experienced around 12 to 16 firings, or the people who have taken the early retirement option. And we're bracing for probably another 10, possibly as many as another 15 still to come. We're seeing significant program loss, whole labs being potentially closed. In fact, most likely with the US EPA lab. We're seeing programs within NOAA being targeted. One really important area to all of us is on some of the institutes, Oregon Sea Grant and our Cooperative Institute, both NOAA funded, combined supporting tens of millions of dollars in marine and coastal research, areas of interest such as sustainable fisheries, resilient communities, climate science, ocean acidification, food security. These programs are seriously under concern as about funding. Their fiscal year 25 funds are not even confirmed yet, and we're over 6 months into the year, and they've been zeroed out in the president's skinny budget for fiscal year 26. At our university side, the PI level, funding levels from NOAA, from the National Science Foundation, from NASA, NIH, these levels are being targeted for serious cuts. NSF, for example, a cut of almost 50%. And yet these are the very funding agencies that are supporting the science that is the innovation generators for all of us, for our whole country. But we're seeing those impacts right here. Some of our PIs have already had some of their work cut, specific research topic-oriented cuts. They've been told to stop their research. Others are very worried and concerned that that'll happen. One of the things that came out just last week, which is very concerning, is at the university level, all universities across the US, the proposal to cut the F&A rates, facilities administration rates, or overhead, down to 15%. Just for OSU alone, that would be a reduction in over $40 million per year. And importantly, I think people don't fully understand what these overhead rates pay for. There are such things as the libraries, the research libraries that the universities maintain, all the secure data storage, internet communication, high-speed computing, just the basic utilities of running these laboratories, all the required regulatory compliance for finance and security and grant management, all those personnel are supported by this. Even the janitorial staff for maintaining keeping the laboratories clean. Safety training, hazardous waste disposal. These are the things that are supported by these F&A rates, and to drop it down to 15% from a system that was set up in the early 50s by Congress explicitly to support these sorts of things through F&A rates. This change is dramatically going to affect our ability to support the research that needs to be done. Even at larger scale impacts we're seeing, and the effects of this is we're losing rank and file personnel. And as Justin just mentioned, this is affecting the rate at which things get done. The rate at which a grant application is passing through NSF has already been severely slowed down. So the continuity of funding for a laboratory is really critical to keep your trained personnel. This is a big loss. We're also losing senior leadership. And that years of experience that would be helping us to get through these sorts of events. And at the other side, the workforce training side, the next generation of scientists are not going to have as many graduate student opportunities if our research is cut in half. And just entering into a graduate training program when you're not sure if there are going to be jobs there is worrisome. So You know, science is definitely under attack. And I think currently all of our coastal and marine research is conducted by a tight collaboration of the agencies, NGOs, and university scientists, and commingled and leveraged funding. And you know, Sea Grant and SIMRS are great examples of this. The university relationship with like ODF&W and the research that's done there are great examples of this. But these cuts are going to cripple this partnership and the crucial research that it's doing. So I do, you know, I'm a little bit on a soapbox because I'm having to deal with this on a daily basis. But I yet to see a grand organizing plan to counter this, to explain why this is not a wise move. And we're all responsible for this. Universities and individuals need to coalesce to come out with a unified, loud voice. Advocacy is only going to work if someone's out there listening, and to get them to listen, we need to find new ways to communicate the messages. We need to make the message relevant so they understand and not fall back on our scientific terms. That's just not going to cut it. Francis Chan, the director of SIMRS, has done a nice set of short videos called Coastal Voices, where the people who are directly impacted by and realize the value of the science, for example, the fishermen who realize that we need to have good measurements of their catches so that they can be predicting the next year's catch, so it's more sustainable in how we manage it. We also need to change the messaging from the science perspective to jobs lost, to the earnings, to the profits that are being lost, and get the key industry leaders who rely on our science products. We need them to help be part of getting this message out to the public, so they understand what the return is on this investment. If the public's investing in all the science we're doing, we need to help them understand it. As an individual, particularly as a scientist, don't be so cautious when discussing the impact of your work. You know what it is, but we get lost sometimes in the, staying within our 5% confidence limits, or 95%. And if you're talking about something like climate science, focus on adaptation and mitigation, not on the political hot topics like causation. We really need to be getting this messaging out. These cuts that are happening, especially the F&A rates, we need the state to help step up and support our universities to sustain this research support backbone. Without it, a lot of the other efforts are going to be hampered anyway. And we need to plan and work with all this of addressing things and worry about what's coming. I think not only do we need to be nimble, but we also do need to be planting seeds for the recovery when it does come. And so reacting now, getting the messaging across, but also in lieu of what might be coming is to sort of pay attention to what we might need to have in place so that we can recover when the opportunity comes. So again, I'm sorry if I'm preaching, but I just, as I said, I'm living this daily. So I wanted to make sure everyone understands the scale of what is impacting. This is just right here along our coast, and it's happening everywhere across this country.
No, I think that is exactly the kind of information. It's the kind of information I was looking for when the executive committee started talking about this. With what Justin mentioned, and I was not aware of like the F&A rates. I had no idea, but wow, it's more shocking than I even realized. So I appreciate the shock value. It's scary to me personally. but it's also a lot of good information I didn't know before. So, yeah, that's all I gotta say. Does anybody else have comments, or Bob, were you gonna say something else?
Yeah, I meant to put one thing in that context of $40 million loss. That's over 300 people, 350 people. That's
Wow.
a major, and that's supporting the research engine. So it's significant.
It is. It is. Wow. Okay, questions for Bob? Like I say, hang around because we may have questions for you coming back. So
Certainly.
really good information. Scary, but good information. Okay, I'm not seeing anybody right away. I did want to draw your attention to the chat. Karina put in the videos that they mentioned. A link to the videos are in the chat, so thank you for that. And Patricia Fox, are you with us today? Are you on
I
here?
am. Good afternoon,
Awesome.
everyone. Thanks for having me. Can you hear me
Welcome.
okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Bob. I can empathize. So my name is Patricia Fox. I'm the reserve manager at the South Slough National Estuarine Research Reserve. And I'm sure with this audience, many of you already know, but the reserve system is a setup of 30 reserves throughout the nation. And South Slough happened to be the oldest. It was number 1 in NOAA's network. So we were established in 1974. But these research reserves across the nation studies more than 1.3 million acres of estuarine systems. And for South Slough, we manage about 7,000 acres of natural area. That includes open water channels and tidal and freshwater wetlands, riparian areas. And then we have a lot of uplands as well, so forested areas. But what this means to us is the research reserves primarily have a partner. Either it is a university or it is a state agency. And for South Slough, that state agency is the Department of State Lands. Luckily for us, state lands is not heavily generally funded and actually has a source of their own funds. But South Slough is a separate appropriation outside of DSL's operating budget. So DSL in recent years has been about a 50% match, helping us with our operating costs. But 50% of our operating costs have been coming from NOAA. So as of like last year, that would have been nearly $881,000. Now, of NOAA money, of that budget that we get from NOAA, about 90% of that goes to my personnel. So without people, you lose your programs. We have 22 people on staff right now. There's a couple of vacancies in addition to that we have not filled. But losing that personnel means you are losing the programming. Our core programs are research, stewardship, and education. And you're also losing the long-term data. We have 30 years of water quality monitoring data. We have 15 years of salt marsh vegetation data, 21 years of eelgrass data. All of that data could be disrupted, and that lends to all of the research that you all are part of in this state and as well as nationally. So in terms of our other programming, we've got just last year, we had through field trips over 126 classes that impacted almost 1,400 students within this state. We had, and we do K through 12 and beyond. We have high school interns, college interns, post-grad, mentorship. We have community programming and recreation that we are entrenched in our local community. South Slough really is like the treasure that people bring their kids to. They remember their kids coming to summer camp. And then later, oftentimes will intern when they get much older. So you're really losing a part of the treasure of this community. You're also losing a lot of the research. I think that not just thinking about scientifically, but the local economy. I keep trying to draw the tie that South Slough and these estuaries have to our economy. One of the biggest research projects we've been working on is researching the invasive five-spine green crab. That is decimating a lot of our Dungeness crab populations and our oysters, local oysters. Losing that research and losing our ability to manage that will have a direct impact on our fishing industry. It will have a direct impact on our ports if we don't have healthy water and we don't have healthy habitats and ecosystems in place. Not only will it impact fish population for the fishing industry, but also our tourism dollars for recreation. It really is getting at the heart of really Oregon's entire coast, is a lot of the research that we do or that we support. So for us, it comes down to people, and people equals programming. And we do a lot at the South Slough with very little staff. So when I think about the cuts that are possible directly impacting personnel, it is pretty hard to imagine, and it will have a long-lasting impact, a long-lasting effect. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. And again, just wow. Just hearing about some of these cuts is staggering. And okay. I could go on, but are there any other OPAC members who have a question or comment? And again, hang around because we may get some at the end of the panel.
Yeah, I'd like to comment later,
Jamie.
but I definitely want to comment on at least two of these.
Okay, at the end or now? At the end, okay. Karina.
I could wait, but I just want to point out, like, you know, Bob was talking about the ecosystem between the agencies and the university scientists, and there's also an ecosystem. I work very closely with the Oregon Sea Grant works very closely on a variety of projects with SNUR, as we call it, the South Slough NER. And so, you know, and similarly with other programs in the state. So it's this connective tissue that is going to be really hard to replace and rebuild. Anyway, thank you for letting me say that.
Nope, that's fine. Thank you. Okay, next up we have Jan Newton from NANUS. Is she online?
I am. Thank
Okay.
you.
Hey, welcome, Jan. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Susan. It's a pleasure to be here and join this panel. I'm a bit of a visual person. Would it be okay if I shared some slides?
You should be able to share. Just go to the share screen button and it's yours. Yep.
Yeah.
There you are. I'm seeing your screen, Jan.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I wanted to introduce a bit about what NANUS is and does, and also to talk about what will be lost if these cuts continue, or if these cuts are enacted. So NANUS is part of the United States Integrated Ocean Observing System. IUS just celebrated its 25th anniversary. NANUS is about 21 or 22, I can't quite remember. We were set up IUS was formulated to be similar to the National Weather Service as a service that would provide people with coastal data. And so the value proposition of IUS is a bit unique in the sense that it starts with the user and figures out what is the ocean observing that you need in order to give people what they want in terms of information or data to solve problems. And so this is NANUS by the numbers. We are implemented by 6 organizations, including Oregon State University, the Columbia River Intertribal Fish Commission, DOGAMI out of Oregon, the Department of Geology and Mineral Industries, and then also the Oregon Department of State Lands. And Kim, great to meet you. We help to fund the South Slough NERS for some of their observing assets, for particularly the real-time linkage. And so that connected tissue that Karina was saying is just so strong. And in fact, we are just working to get funds to share an outreach person between Oregon Sea Grant and NANUS. We have about 20 PIs, but the beauty of this picture is our member organizations. We have about over 70, but as you can see, they're from a lot of different places, organizational types. These are on our governing council, and there is an elected executive committee with which Andy Lanier serves to guide NANUS and to decide on priorities for the work we do. You can see the issues are the clouds, and they're primarily maritime operations, ecosystems, and then coastal hazards. What we are known for as an observing system is maintaining, whether they're buoys or gliders or floats in the, or you can see those dots, assets. We serve way more than what we support, because we have built community and people say, this is great, can you serve these data or these data products? And so we've spent a lot of time getting stuff in the water, also getting forecast models. I'm not going to go into that, but also a data explorer that allows people to visualize and download data. And in this case, this is comparing an OOI mooring in, this is in Washington, they're also in Oregon, with a forecast model, Live Ocean. So you can compare the blue line with the red forecast model line, and for a variety of variables, including ocean acidification variables and phytoplankton. So we've spent a lot of time with that, but we realized that early on that could be overwhelming. So primarily what we focused on is user-driven products. And before I share those products with you and talk about the impacts, when we learned that from the leak that the IUCE program regional effort would be eliminated, I put the item on the left there. Because NANUS is funded 100% federally, I cannot lobby. And so what I can do is inform people about what is at stake. And so I don't expect you to read what that is. It is on our website. But I also want to draw your attention to the IUCE Association and their website, because they are a nonprofit that can use some of their resources for lobbying. And they have made things like the ones you see here, supporting the restoration of America's maritime dominance and the restoration of America's seafood competitiveness. It's so frustrating for me as a director of an IUCE regional association. There's one of 11 that make up the entirety of our nation, to be reading executive orders that talk about safety at sea and economic power and seafood competitiveness, making sure that we're supporting aquaculture and fisheries, when that is our very DNA and what we have been doing for 20 years, and hearing that we're going to be eliminated. So with the remainder of my time, I'd like to kind of walk you through some of these things that will go dark if the cuts happen. So we have coastal radars that track surface currents that can increase the efficiency and accuracy of search and rescue operations, as well as identify and guide safe routes for navigation. And in each of these examples, I'm showing you our user thing. This is actually called NVS CCast, that was started by students working through Oregon Sea Grant, and then made into an app on the NANUS website, and it exists autonomously, CCast now. But what's really important in each of these slides I'm going to share with you is the quote, because that is from a real person. I look at it every time I go out and depend on the information to get me where I need to go and get me back safely. Tsunami evacuation. We've spent an awful lot of time working with this DOGAMI, and DOGAMI has worked with the Washington Department of Ecology to have maps that then can be used to tell people evacuation routes. The quote, by using the app, we're improving our preparedness for evacuation routes, and without it, we'd be a step behind. And kudos to DOGAMI for their leadership on this. Shoreline protection, again, this was great because there you see ecology. This one's Long Beach, but I should have got one from Oregon. It would have had Dogami's logo. Coastal erosion is a major threat in our county. The monitoring supported by NANUS, partially supported, we are augmenting what the state is doing, has helped us solve many of our immediate erosion and flooding threats, adding greater resilience. Navigation and ports. Again, we're talking to the navigators. This is Maritime Operations app. The Captain Dan Jordan from the Columbia River Bar pilots have told us that the Columbia River Bar is one of the most dangerous bars to cross in the world. This quote is from him. We rely on forecasts, real-time buoy data, and wave and current models. NANUS provides an excellent location for us to see and compare all the available data. And that's what we really try to do, is be that connective tissue that is allowing people to visualize not just models, not just surface currents, not just buoy conditions telling us wave height, but all of those together so that then people can make informed decisions. Seafood competitiveness. We have a long history of working with shellfish growers and a shellfish growers app that they helped design. Working with Whiskey Creek shellfish operations and Mark Weigert when he was alive. He gave a great quote. He said, putting an IUS buoy in the water is like putting headlights in the car. It helps us to see where we're going. And this quote is from Margaret Polaro, the Pacific Coast Shellfish Growers Association Executive Director. This current generation of shellfish farmer is reliant upon data and services from NANUS. Fishing commerce support. One of our first specialized application was the Tuna Fishers app, which now we call the Fishers app, because salmon fishers have said, oh, could you do one for us? So there's selections. You can select the water temperature that tuna like or that salmon like. This has been completely formulated by the fishing community in Oregon and Washington. This is simply sea surface temperature, but it's optimized for where you would find those fish. And it's combined with those surface current vectors that allow people to plot a route. And this excellent, we just had a webinar on that. This quote was what was in the chat. This excellent product benefits sport and commercial anglers directly, letting us be more effective and safe at the same time. This is what good government looks like, and we need to protect these services. This is from an Oregon resident and fisherman. Public health safeguarding. We work with ORHAB partners that have been in existence for even longer than NANUS has, to make sure that they're partially funded through the IUS program office for the Pacific Northwest Harmful Algal Bloom buoy, bulletin, not buoy, bulletin. And the value of early risk is so important for the health of residents, but also consider the risk. If you don't close a beach, someone could die. If you do close a beach and you didn't need to, then you're going to lose revenue. So having the best forecast warning that takes together the samples as well as the model forecasts has been really successful. Technological innovation. This is a device that sits there in the ocean, and it's a little mini robot, and that graphic is showing you the actual toxin that is deployed right now. And you could go on to NANUS and see how much domoic acid is out there, and then that gets incorporated into the bulletin. And there's another little cool lightfish thing that's going to go around and take water samples, and we're working with the folks out of Newport and Maria Kavanaugh to get the IFCB samples of the toxins. Also working with the Oregon fishing fleet, who are taking water samples as well. And lastly, recreational safety on the water. This is from Captain Margaret Palmert. She says, NANUS addresses a critical gap in recreational boater safety. I'm confident it will save lives. This app, the Boaters app, allows people to plot their route and figure out the conditions and get safely home. So with that, I'll stop. And it was great when you mentioned the videos, the wonderful videos that Francis has made. For our 20th anniversary, I said, let's make a video, but not our words. Let's have people write in and give us a little video clip of what Nanos means to them. The link is there. It's on the videos if you go to our website. Well, that video is 20 minutes long, and it's because I didn't want to cut anybody off. And it's not a great video because who wants to watch 20 minutes? But my pitch here to you all is that these are really important things that are directly intersecting society. You know, so often we say, well, as scientists, we're not good at talking about the relevance of what we're doing to society. This is really the nexus where that comes together. And the 20 some odd principal investigators that we're partially supporting have been great at stepping up to help us make those linkages. So with that, I say thank you.
Thank you. Again, just wow. I learned some things about Nanos that I did not know. And just the shock at what we could lose is scary. So, any other quick questions before we move to our last panelists? Okay. And I don't have it in front of me. Lisa Phipps. I should have known better. Lisa, welcome again.
Yes, thank you. So just in case anyone came on late, I'm Lisa Phipps. I'm the manager of the Oregon Coastal Management Program and the Ocean and Coastal Services Division within the Department of Land Conservation and Development. At the risk of repeating some of the things that have been said in front of me, I'm probably going to do that to really put an emphasis on how important all of this is. So the Oregon Coastal Management Program is actually a network of 41 cities and counties on the coast and 11 state agencies. DLCD is one of those agencies and acts as the administrator of the program. And as a result, the coastal management funding comes to the department to fund the staff component of the network that provides the coordination and the leadership for the team. We have been in existence for almost 50 years. We were the second program in the nation to be approved. The state of Oregon was only behind Washington. The authorities that fund this program and that manage this program are through the Coastal Zone Management Act of 1972, which is implemented by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, which we all know at this point is certainly within the sights of the current administration. It is particularly vulnerable because the agency was established through an executive order, which makes it vulnerable to the whims of an administration. It is not necessary to go through Congress to make changes to NOAA. However, the Coastal Management Program is in statute within the Coastal Zone Management Act. So in that way, it is protected differently from the agency. The Coastal Management Program really touches everyone that you've heard today. We partner with everybody that's spoken already. We coordinate the efforts at the state level of our network partners to ensure that we are implementing the goals and the missions of the Coastal Management Program, which are really intended to preserve and conserve our ocean and coastal resources, but also to find that balance in creating resilient and healthy, vibrant coastal communities. And as a result, there are a lot of cross connections between what we do and the economic health of communities, the social health of communities, the general well-being of the people within those communities are all affected by what work happens through the Coastal Management Program. The reason it sits with the Department of Land Conservation and Development is really because of Oregon's approach to land use planning and the establishment of the 19 statewide planning goals. with the last 4 being focused on coastal resources. So we have goals 16 as estuaries, 17 as shorelands, 18 as beaches and dunes, as 19 as ocean resources. And it is those 4 that underpin the coastal management program in the state. In the state of Oregon, every state agency has to create plans that are in compliance with local comprehensive plans and ordinances because they implement the statewide planning goals. The other piece about the coastal management program in the state of Oregon is that it is unique in the size of our program. Not only do we have the network of state agencies, which is common, and that is how most of the coastal management programs function, but we have also brought in our 41 cities and counties along the coast. That is not normal. And as a result, we have given those communities a voice that otherwise would not be heard. And where it comes out most strongly is in one of the carrots, depending on your side of the table you're on, or hammers that the coastal management program has, which is its federal consistency reviews. Without a coastal management program, we begin to lose our ability to ensure that federal actions are reviewed against our enforceable policies. This is called federal consistency. And that means that every action that a federal agency undertakes, whether it's issuing a permit or doing the activity itself, has to be consistent with, in our case, our statewide planning goals, state statutes, rules, and local comprehensive plans, land use comprehensive plans, and ordinances. The scale of these projects can have significant positive or negative effects on coastal communities' economies, their social needs, and more importantly, their resiliency. The federal consistency program is a cornerstone and it protects the state and coastal communities' interests. So some large projects that maybe some of you have heard of would be the project called Jordan Cove down in Coos Bay, offshore wind, any impacts within our estuaries and offshore in our territorial seas fall under federal consistency reviews. These projects can be very complex, they can be very controversial, and sometimes the federal consistency arm of the process makes the difference between something moving forward or not. And the values that we can bring to the table are the values of the state and our coastal communities. As you know, we implement the state's territorial sea plan. We are the administrators of that, and we staff you all. And that is a statutory function that the coastal management program plays. We provide technical assistance to coastal communities around coastal hazards, all of the coastal hazards, around the TSP implementation, around all the work done in estuaries, from estuary management plan updates to dealing with blue carbon and in natural and working lands and in the carbon conversation. We help communities through complex and controversial land use actions. And we are a coordinating body. We bring people to the table. We bring the state and local jurisdictions together to talk about local and regional issues. We provide opportunities for technology transfers in a dynamic field of coastal resilience. We create collaborations with our 5 coastal tribes, federally recognized coastal tribes, the agencies and the counties and cities, and we implement the legislative mandates that require work that supports coastal communities through the statewide coastal planning goals. Our funding is primarily through Section 306 of the Coastal Zone Management Act that provides the capacity funding and covers 11 of the 16 staff that we have in the coastal program within DLCD. We are almost primarily covered by federal funds. There's a small pot in Section 309 of the Coastal Zone Management Act as well that provides some support that is focused on projects that create programmatic changes around policies, for example, that move the dial on coastal resource issues. And of those 11, we have 3 that have received a small amount of state funded general fund because of the overlap of their positions with positions that are similar in the rest of Department of Land Conservation and Development. Primarily, those are regional reps. So we have 7 regional reps. 2 of them live in our program, and so they are considered to be positions that would be there whether or not we were there. And so there's a small amount of funding that comes towards them, but a small amount of funding. So if we lose our funding wholly, we lose 11 staff of the 16. The other 5 staff, 2 are associated with offshore wind, are funded by the state general fund under House Bill 4080. And then we have 3 other staff who are funded by projects. So EVA, who you heard from today, is funded under a project of special merit, and those dollars are only available to coastal management programs. Those dollars would be lost, and projects like the ones EVA is carrying forward would no longer be able to be moved forward. We have another person under the bipartisan infrastructure law who is only funded because coastal management programs were given a small pot of money out of the bipartisan infrastructure law to fund capacity to implement the habitat restoration grant program that was established under NOAA through the BIL funds, only available to coastal management programs. That funding is full for the next 2 years. It was supposed to be for 5. We know we will not get the 5th year of funding. The 3rd person is funded, and the 5th person is funded through a NIFWIF grant, the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation, and they receive federal funds. So their funding is actually federal as well, but it's a bit of a pass-through, and so it has a slightly different flavor to it. But that is also project specific, and that funding will end in this July. So the core, the heart of the coastal management program are these 11 people, and the work that they do has touched everyone in this program. Everyone who spoke today has worked with someone on my staff, and they are such a resource to this state. NOAA, through the Office of Coastal Management, is going to be severely impacted. We've lost some folks through the voluntary early retirement, some retirements in general. But we have been told to expect that NOAA as a whole will be slashed by 50% of its staffing component. There's some conversation as to whether or not that will include folks who've already been let go through the first reduction in force. If that is the case, that's fine. If that is not the case and that is not included, then it could be as high as 70%. We also know that their budget generally is being slashed. We anticipated back in March that we were to plan for a 5 to 10% reduction in the coastal management grants through the continuing resolution that was passed to cover FY25, which for us kicks off in July. We've received strong signals that the program could actually be zeroed out. We will find out in the next week or so. We were supposed to find out April 28th. Now we're anticipating sometime in the next week, where we will see what NOAA's spending plan is going to be, excuse me, and what's going to go in front of the committees for Congress to approve for this current fiscal year. We've also seen the president's budget, which recommends zeroing out coastal management programs for FY26. In the world of positivity, there's some thought that Congress will step up and fulfill their job, looking at all of the different programs and perhaps not follow blindly the president's proposed budget. I'm not necessarily of the mind that we'll see that level of step up given how we've seen the House move forward with the president's proposed budget and starting to get ready for those conversations. There's an expectation that the budget will not be passed in September. that we could see it go into December with a continuing resolution and potentially longer, much like this past year. So it is dire. It is scary. You say to yourself, what can we do? There's so many programs. There's so many people affected by this. There's so many people in this state because the state's 30% of its budget is tied to federal funds. So we're going to see a lot of cascading effects coming down as this current fiscal year goes into effect for a lot of programs. And what can the legislature do about it at this time? Well, fortunately, we're mostly going to find out before the session is over. So there's going to be opportunities there to reach out to our legislature and talk about the importance of a variety of programs. And we hope that the Coastal Management Program and everyone else that you've heard from today is included in that conversation. We are currently initiating an appeal to partners to ask for folks who believe in the Coastal Management Program and the value that it brings to the state to sign on to a support letter that the Coastal States Organization has pulled together and is soliciting letters of support from all 34 states and territories with coastal management plans. And we can certainly provide that link to you if you didn't already receive an appeal from us. We will be sending a letter from the governor's office, we hope, from Sea Grant and the South Slough. We're joining together as the part of the three. It's really a multi-legged stool, but in the course of the letter, it's the three-legged stool. We all start to fall apart when one of us is weakened, and in this case, all three of us could be. And then reaching out to your congressional delegation, we have both the pleasure and the challenge of having a congressional delegation that is very supportive of all things coastal. So on one hand, yay, they're there, they're advocating for us. On the other, their influence is somewhat weakened in the current administration. And so what we need them to do is reach across the aisle to those other coastal states who also receive a lot of benefits from their coastal management programs, their Sea Grant programs, from their National Estuarine Research Reserve programs, and bring them together to come forward with a united front about the value that these programs bring to all of the states. And so there's ways it may feel a little hopeless, but it's not. But as I believe it was Bob said, we all have to come together as a united front and talk about, and not be afraid to talk about, the value that these programs bring, the value of science, the value of community, the value of resiliency, the value of coordination, the value of data. All of these pieces are so integral into how we function on the coast, and we need to be loud and strong and together. So I could talk for about 2 years on this topic. I'm living it every second right now, and I appreciate you letting me take extra time, Susan, because I know that we kind of took over your agenda for the last few minutes. So I apologize.
No, that's okay. I mean, all of this is important. So I totally good with that. I see. Thank you very much, Lisa, for that. I see Andy put in the CSO sign-on letter link in the chat. And Karina put a link in the chat to the Sea Grant letter, sign-on letter, and that also has a cool map of Sea Grant supporters. Yay. So that's all in the chat. Let's see if we can take a couple questions, and then we will just figure out the rest of our agenda. But like I said, I think this is important. So happy to take the time. Jamie, followed by Amelia.
Bob, you started off by saying you're an optimist. I'm with you. However, after listening to all of you, it is dire, and unfortunately, we're dealing with a population that does listen, not necessarily to science, and certainly Congress is in that realm, and most certainly this administration is scientifically illiterate. and they having public input on what we can feed them, as Bob mentioned, and get their testimonies on what's affecting them, I think is most effective. The coastal management program has fed me since I've been in this town. I moved here from Idaho, became a teacher. South SLU's has been essential, is on their commission now on OPAC. We'll serve on the Coos Bay Estuary Management Plan revision. So it is near and dear and part of my life. And so I am committed with that and to that effort. I have no idea if OPAC can weigh in on this, being an advisory to the governor's office, but perhaps we can somehow add our perspective of how difficult it's going to be in the next several months. Anyway, thanks for coming today and giving us this information.
Yes, thank you, Jamie. I know I've been thinking about some ideas just in my mind on what OPAC could do with this information. So we can discuss that once we get some more questions out of the way. And once we get an idea of where we want our agenda to go. So Jamie, I appreciate everything you said, very pertinent, and keep some of those thoughts going. Amelia.
Hi, thanks to all of the panelists for that incredibly important information, which is staggering and devastating to hear at the same time. I guess I wanted to just say a little bit more about the safety piece from a recreational standpoint, as we have more people on the coast and there's different forms of recreation, making ocean recreation more accessible to different people. There's a huge need for different forms of safety support. There's local community efforts here on the Central Coast, I know on the South Coast as well, for community groups that are trying to train and provide that safety support. We've lost access to buoys all over the coast, and hearing from Jan about NANUS is incredibly discouraging. And I just wanted to say that my hope for OPAC is that we will promote and support safety for all ocean users whenever possible. And I know the governor's office, I don't think they are here with us today, but however we can bug them to promote safety and science, I hope we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Amelia. I'm losing my voice. Good grief. I haven't even been talking today. Good points. And yeah, keep those thoughts in mind as we get into discussion. Jan, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just reply to Amelia. Thank you so much for that. You know, I mentioned that 20-minute long video, and we took out quotes from that when we went to the Hill, to the DC to visit our delegation. And I just randomly got those. You know, we picked out a dozen. 8 of them actually mentioned the word safety, and it was in different contexts, right? You know, some of it is like, if you're going to go in your boat, or if you're going to go on your windsurfer, if you're going to eat shellfish, if you're going to evacuate from the tsunami. But safety is such a key message. And I know that that resonates across the aisle, and that's where we really need to emphasize safety and healthy economies. Those have to be bipartisan issues. And so, yeah, I just really appreciate your comment. I think it's spot on.
Thank you, Jan. Joe, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to, like everybody else, thank you all for your discussion today. That information, the detail of it was really, well, it was sobering. And I'm struggling to think, like, how can OPAC help. I mean, it sounds like you already reached out to the governor's office, but what I envision is, well, first of all, checking in with Steve Shipsey about what we can do. But I would like to think that since we are an advisory body to the governor's office, we can encapsulate some of what was, or a lot of what was said succinctly by all you panelists, and have some type of letter to the governor's office to really stress the need on our coast for doing everything we can do to safeguard these programs and this work. And I don't know where that goes from there. I mean, the governor's office, I don't know how they can reach out federally, but yeah, so I'm struggling to think of the best way to move forward, but I think we do need to do something. But I will stop there.
Thank you, Joe. I agree. I think we should do something. And like I said, we have, I know Tara and I have talked a little bit, some ideas, so we can get into that. Karina, I'll go to you. I also want to say thank you for identifying some of the panelists to speak to us today. I know that was, getting them together was due in large part to you, so thank you for that. So go ahead.
Oh, you're very welcome. Thank you for letting me bring this topic and the speaker, inviting these speakers. I don't think this is there are some strategies that may be more effective or augment outreach to the governor's office. OPAC is not necessarily the body in which to do that, but I will share that CGRAN and some of our other advocacy organizations, the associations, the nonprofits that are allowed to lobby, have elevated the importance of having industry partners reach out and having perhaps well-placed op-eds, again, by industry partners that might be supportive of the work that we do in these different entities. So I think I'll just share that. I'm not asking OPAC to take any action on it. I just wanted to share some ideas of that might be more effective.
Cool. I appreciate that. That makes a lot of sense too. Are there any other questions real quick before I want to have a brief discussion about what OPAC wants to do with the rest of our day, because I don't want to dominate all your time. So any other questions about the panel before we talk about scheduling a little bit, and then we can go back and talk about what OPAC can or wants to do? Okay, I'm not seeing any. I can find a way to join. Okay, there's some good comments in the chat. Okay, so we have three other things left today. We added some ocean-related federal executive order or actions, a discussion on oil and gas and seabed mining. We added that late in the week, so we can scrap that if you'd like. And then we have officer elections to do, which probably won't take 30 minutes. And then we have recap, meeting scheduling, and wrap up, and also talking about this panel. So I guess I just want to get an idea from OPAC members. What if we scrap the EOs for this time and revisit them in the future? Or reach out to Andy, Tara, and me if you have any questions, and we can at least point you in some direction with some links to what we've been working on. What do you guys think? Don't all speak at once.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think, well, I would just say that maybe just quickly, Andy, if you want to flash up your slides, and it's more was just an awareness for the council about executive orders that have come out, on oil and gas and mineral extraction in federal waters. Previously, OPAC has weighed in on oil and gas issues. And And so just wanted to at least have that awareness for the council. And then we could decide if there was anything else we wanted to do, like write a letter to the governor, just supporting and reinstating those policies, asking the governor to reaffirm those policies of the state. But I think we could go pretty quickly, just as, you know, awareness, people, there's so much news right now that we wanted to make sure that these things were highlighted for people.
Okay.